I'd like to welcome everybody out today, and we'll start with a prayer. If you'll bow with me. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and thanks for all your many blessings. We thank you for the opportunity, Lord, to serve the people of the state of Mississippi. Pray that you give us wisdom and guidance, Lord, as we seek to do good and not do harm. We pray that you would lead, guide, and direct us in all things. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. If you'll stand, we'll do the pledge. Welcome to our next summit in the series, which is our nuclear summit. Obviously, there's a big discussion around what's the future of power in Mississippi. As you know, a lot of us saw what the legislature did to attract Amazon Web Services, and those data centers need a lot of power. And so how is Mississippi going to get that power? So this is just another summit to try to understand how we can have clean, renewable power, what the future is going to look like. So I'm excited that we have a great list of presenters today. Staff did a fantastic job getting these lined up, and can't wait to hear from them and to see what the future of nuclear looks like in Mississippi. Commissioners, any statements?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody for being here today. This conversation that we're having today is probably one of the most impactful conversations for Mississippi's future, because if we're not able to compete in the region, then we won't be able to compete. So this is us pushing forward to compete. Economic development in the future is going to go to places where you have affordable and reliable power. And one of the most affordable and reliable power sources is nuclear. And that's going to give us the ability to move forward in the region. As we have a declining population, we can increase our energy footprint by attracting manufacturing, attracting businesses like these data centers to move our whole economy forward. So I appreciate everybody for your attention, and I look forward to not just learning, but the doing of this great work.
Thank you, Commissioner Stamps. Commissioner Carr?
Good morning. I want to personally thank each individual who's come and speaking to us today, that they've given up their time to educate me of one, and I would hope that they would also educate y'all as in this industry. It's a fast and growing industry. It's changing it every minute by minute. It changes. New technology comes on board. There's a lot of research, and these men and women are doing their very best to point us in the right direction in the future. Because as the commissioner says, our energy consumption is increasing because of AI. And to me, that's a very interesting subject of how we put all of this in one package and lay it on the table where it advances all of mankind. And again, thank y'all for giving up your time today.
Thank you, gentlemen. With that, we'll get started. Our first presenter is Scott Honeywell, Vice President of Nuclear Program at Tennessee Valley Authority. I think he's joining us via Zoom. You're here. Great. Yes, sir. Come on. Thank you for being with us. You can take the podium here.
We have a projector turn on. Yeah, slides. There we go. Perfect. All right. So as you stated, I'm Scott Honeywell. I'm the Vice President of the New Nuclear Program for the Tennessee Valley Authority. And I want to just touch real quickly on what the TVA is. So we are a corporate agency of the U.S. government formed in 1933 as part of FDR's New Deal. We are the largest public utility in the United States, and we currently receive no appropriations from the U.S. government. And that changed in 1959, and you'll find 1959 is a significant date for TVA for several different ways. But prior to 1959, we did receive appropriations, taxpayer funds to operate. Since 1959, we have been self-funded off of the rates that our ratepayers pay. and that we were formed to help control flooding in the Tennessee Valley for navigation, land management, and economic development. And this is kind of our progression from 1933 to today. In the early 1940s, most of our power was coming from hydro, several dams that we'd built on the river for flood control, as well as producing electricity. In 1950s, we started to build coal plants. Then 1960s saw the advent of our nuclear program, where we currently operate 7 nuclear reactors within the Tennessee Valley. 1970s saw pump storage. We built the Raccoon Mound pump storage facility, as well as started to bring natural gas plants online, combined cycle, and then more recently combustion turbines. So then 2020 and beyond, we're looking at what do we think that mix is going to look like going forward. All right, so you can see that in terms of producing carbon-free energy, TVA is a leader in the country. You know, the U.S. national average is 34% carbon-free. You can see that we're 55% carbon-free. And when you look at the pie charts, it's really driven by our reduction in coal. We've started to shut down numerous coal plants and our large proportion that comes from nuclear power. And, you know, going forward to 2030, you know, we're going to continue to shut down coal and we'll bring on wind and solar, but it really doesn't push that needle very far on the carbon-free production. All right, so if you look at electricity production starting back in 1950, and what you can see here is that, you know, we had a fairly steady rise in electricity production until the early 2000s, and you really see things start to plateau and flatten out. And there's a couple of dips in there. You see one significant dip. If you look kind of where that red is at the very top, you can see a dip all the way down through all the categories. And that is the recession that occurred around 2008, 2009, and then more recently, another dip due to COVID-19. But then you can look at what the projections were. So this is a pre-COVID-19 projection from the Department of Energy, published in 2018, so just prior to COVID, and they have not published a new projection that I've been able to locate since. But you can see, you know, from about that 2000 to 2018, electricity demand was very flat. They started to predict an increase in just overall power consumption, but the blue part you see there is the electrification of cars primarily driving a change to the power demand. And you can see they had a reference level, a medium, and a high case. And what I will tell you is that if you were to look from 2018 to today in TVA's market and all the markets across the country, the actual demand curve far exceeded this expectation. And looking forward from today, we show significant growth still anticipated. All right, so what are we doing? We're doing scenario planning for what things could look like by 2050. And you can see the TVA services 7 states, and Mississippi being a fairly large part of our market. And that's what we refer to as the fence. And that fence was established in 1959, right? When we became self-funded, we also had the fence established. So we cannot sell power outside of the fence. Now, we can transmit power to other utilities that need it or something like that, but we can't have individual customers outside of the fence. All right, so what are we looking at? We're looking at increasing renewables, perhaps some wind. Our region's not a fantastic area to build wind, so we're really looking at increasing solar. But whenever you have that, you need to have dispatchable energy to offset that, right? So we're looking at additional pump storage. That's not new generation, but we can fill that reservoir when electricity demand is low and we've got excess, and then we use that for peaking to help offset. We likely will need to increase base load. And if you look at the options for base load power, very quickly you narrow the list, right? Hydro can be a good form of base load power. However, you don't read any news about new dams being built. The news that you see almost daily is about a dam that has been removed somewhere in this country. And so we don't think that we'll be building any more dams. Plus, our major rivers through the Tennessee Valley already have dams on them. So we won't be building any more coal plants. So then you look at what's left for base load, and very quickly you get down to gas, whether it's a combined cycle or combustion turbine or a nuclear power plant are the two forms of base load and dispatchable power that you can make. TVA, in federal law, we have to comply with the least cost planning approach. All right, so that means that we have to supply power at the lowest cost possible to our consumers within reason, right? So the cheapest may be to deploy solar, but if we deployed all solar, people wouldn't be very happy when their electricity went off in the middle of the night. Even if you were to build out with battery capacity to work with that solar, it would come at a significant expense, and even then it would have limitations. If you were to build the battery power, you have to build about 7 times over with solar with batteries to produce power, but that would really be limited to about 4 or 5 days. After 4 or 5 days, if you hadn't had any sun, the batteries would be depleted, and again, you'd have power outages. So complying with that least cost planning approach, we can apply some logic to that to make sure that our customers have 24/7 reliable power. And that comes into play when we start looking at nuclear. And one thing we are considering, of course, is our carbon impact. But when we go back to that least cost planning approach, which is in federal law, it does not have any allowances for a carbon impact. All right? So even if there were state regulations passed that said you have to use the least carbon approach for the Tennessee Valley, where a federal agency, a state can't pass a law that forces a federal agency to do something, right? So that comes into play. And likewise in policy space, outside of a law, even I don't believe an executive order would apply in this case because we have federal legislation that drives us to the least cost planning approach. Our debt ceiling. So again, you go back to 1959, when we became self-funded, they set a debt limit for the TVA. That debt limit has been increased 5 times in the history of TVA, 3 times in the 1970s. 1970s, extremely high inflation. We were building a large fleet of nuclear plants at that time. The last time it was raised was in 1979 to $30 billion. If you take $30 billion in 1979 and translate that into 2024 dollars, that would be $130 billion. So there was no inflation adjustment added to that dollar amount. So we have lost $100 billion of capital capacity for expanding our generation base. Our current debt sits around $20 or $21 billion, so that leaves us $9 billion on the credit card to go add capacity. And I talked about that increases that we were seeing. We believe we may need to double our generation by 2050. So from 1933 to 2024, we need to double that by 2050, right? So we're looking at significant expansion to meet our customers' needs. There is a public perception that renewables are the solution. Just go build more solar. But solar does have very real limitations in being able to supply power to the grid for everything that's needed. And then the fence isn't really a challenge, but it's just a fact, right? We can build a power plant outside of the fence so long as all of the power from that fence is coming into the Tennessee Valley. But other than that, we can't build something inside the fence or outside the fence that services somebody that is outside the fence. All right, so I talked a little bit about that scenario planning. What are we looking at? We're looking at solar, pump storage, combined cycle, combustion turbines, and nuclear. So then we talk about nuclear specific and what are we looking at? So you may hear the terms Gen 3 plus and Generation 4 reactors. And the only real difference between those two are Generation 3 plus are water-cooled reactors. All the operating commercial reactors in the United States right now, and for the most part globally, are water-cooled reactors. Generation 4 reactors use something other than water to cool them. I think you'll hear some more about FLIBE later on. That's a type of coolant. Liquid metal, high temperature gas, fast sodium. There's multiple coolants and variants of these materials that can be used in a Generation 4 type reactor. And then small modular reactors are not very well defined, but typically the output is about 300 megawatts electric or less. You'll see some globally up to 500, maybe even 700 megawatts electric, but typically about 300 megawatts electric and below are considered a small modular reactor. And then we have large light water reactors, such as the Westinghouse AP1000s that were deployed at Vogtle here recently. Those are large light water reactors. So we are evaluating all of these various technologies as we go through our scenario planning. So why nuclear? So nuclear does have a long history of generating clean, affordable, and reliable energy. I talked about going forward, there's really only two baseload and dispatchable generation options, and that's really gas and nuclear. When you look at the historical pricing of nuclear, we did climb up to a peak in 2012 for nuclear power. And then you can see since that time, the cost to generate has come down significantly. Some of the things that I think drove that is historically, nuclear power has been too cheap to meter, all right? That's a phrase that you heard, meaning that, hey, you could build a nuclear plant and it would outcompete gas, outcompete coal. There were several drivers over the years that have started to edge in on that, pricing. But in 2012 was really, I think, a wake-up call for the nuclear industry. And around 2012 was the advent of fracking, where fracking really became commercial. And that's what you see in this curve on the right-hand side are natural gas prices, the Henry Hub natural gas price. And that third peak from the left, that's just prior to 2012. So that's when you have fracking really brings the price of natural gas down. There's a peak far to the right. That's Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Drove gas prices back up. They have since recovered to that, and they're now at a rate lower than the prior to the Ukraine war. So nuclear realized that we had to be more competitive. So one thing that you saw is you saw some of the what I'll call non-competitive nuclear plants shut down. And then the rest of us really looked at how can we operate more efficiently? And we did find that we'd gotten a little bit lazy. We'd overstaffed some positions, and so we got a little bit smarter about how we do business, and you can really see the results of that. All right, so this is a slide published by the Department of Energy, and it's really about energy density. How much power can you get from an acre of land? And you can see that nuclear is the most energy dense form of electricity. And all the way on the right, you see solar and wind when you include spacing are very inefficient. I did a back of the envelope calculation about 2 years ago to try and figure out, you can very easily see how much generation exists today in fossil fuels in the US. And then I was trying to say, okay, if we're going to replace every bit of fossil fuel with solar power, how much real estate would you need? It's very difficult to find out the typical output of a solar array. There's a lot of different information out there on the internet, so I went and found several different numbers, kind of averaged them together and said, okay, we're going to say it's X number of megawatts per acre from solar power. And very quickly, to replace all the fossil generation in the US, we would have to cover every square inch of the state of Tennessee with solar panels, right? No highways, no lakes, no trees, no anything, nothing but solar panels. And that's just to replace the nameplate capacity. I talked earlier about you really need to overbuild about 7 times. So now you've got 7 states the size of Tennessee covered with nothing but solar panels. And then you add battery storage. That battery storage takes up a fair amount of real estate, so maybe another half to one size the state of Tennessee. So you'd have to replace everything with 8 times the size of Tennessee with solar panels to cover 24/7 for a maximum of 5 days. And then solar panels don't like to transmit over large distances, right? That's why AC power won over DC originally, and solar panels are DC. So you really want to distribute that across the country. So, coming back, nuclear is a very energy dense form of energy, can supply a lot of energy without using much real estate. All right, so what's TVA looking at specifically? So I'm going to talk here in a little bit about our Clinch River site, where we're evaluating deploying a GE Hitachi BWRX-300. And we have evaluated all of our former coal sites and our former nuclear construction sites. So on the left-hand side is a partially constructed nuclear plant. That was our Hartsville nuclear plant, where we're going to deploy 4 GE boiling water reactors. This is just an image of Google Earth. If you scan out some more, you can find 2 other reactor buildings that were partially constructed. On the right is our Bellefonte nuclear plant, also not operating, in Hollywood, Alabama. And that was, again, a partially constructed nuclear site that was never completed. So those are sites that we have high confidence that we could deploy nuclear at. But we've had to go do research on all of those. For example, we had a site under consideration at one point, Phipps Bend, where we could place nuclear, but it turns out we have sold most of the property at Phipps Bend, so we don't own enough real estate there. Hartsville, we still retain a very large amount of property, I think over 1,600 acres at that location. First pass, it looks like it could be great, but we sold a portion of that property where they have built a federal prison, or a state prison, I'm sorry, it's not federal, it's a state prison on that site. So while legally we may be able to build small modular reactors at that site adjacent to a prison, we're not sure that that would be the best decision overall to do that. Because you've obviously got a captive population that can't leave. And then it would restrict you from building large light water plants like an AP1000 at that site, because that prison would be within the evacuation zone. So, we're going through, we're identifying those properties that we think would be a good fit, and we are, identifying those challenges to reusing those particular properties. So that siting study phase is complete, where we've looked at these properties. We use the Electric Power Research Institute site guiding methodology. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has very prescriptive requirements for siting a nuclear plant. EPRI came out with a guide. And so when you start with this long list of properties, and TVA owns quite a few properties, you can very quickly start to eliminate some of those properties from consideration. In our Northwest Service Territory, for example, there's a seismic fault that runs through that area, not well conducive to the type of nuclear plants that are currently designed. Now, that doesn't mean that somebody couldn't design a reactor that is resistant to seismic events, and therefore in the future we might be able to deploy something in that area. All right, so the other thing that we're looking at is one of the challenges to deploying new nuclear is that typically it exceeds a utility's planning horizon. Our integrated resource plans tend to look out about 5 years in the future. And when you look at deploying nuclear, historically, for a first-of-a-kind nuclear plant, 10 to 12 years, and you can see from Plant Vogtle that a first-of-a-kind can exceed that time frame somewhat considerably. But we think that there's some things that we could do to really cut that time in half, because when you go look at that time frame to deploy nuclear, about half of that time is spent doing paperwork, right? It's gathering information that you need for your environmental permits, the environmental report that's required to be submitted to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So that site selection to make sure it meets all the requirements takes about a year. Your environmental reviews, TVA that falls under the NEPA process. NEPA requires 2 years of environmental data on a site. And then that site permitting, whether you pursue an early site permit and or a construction permit, perhaps you've selected your technology, you could actually pursue that. If you prepare all of that and then have the NRC issue you a license, you don't have to start constructing at that point. And typically the cost associated with all of that is about 1 to 1.5% the budget of the overall project, right? So for a relatively small investment, you can get a lot of this work done, and that gets you down to that 5 to 6 year deployment timeline for a first of a kind, and maybe even less if that nuclear reactor's been deployed elsewhere in the country. So that then you're within that 5-year planning window for the integrated resource plan. It makes it a little bit easier for people to make a plan for what's needed in the future. All right, so again, kind of that process, we've looked at our former coal and nuclear sites. We're getting ready to start environmental and site characterization. Site characterizations, we go drill some boreholes to get an idea of what the seismology of that site may look like. And then with the ultimate goal of preparing construction permit applications to submit to the NRC. And we are just in that very early phases looking to fund step number 2. All right, so I talked a little bit about those Gen 3 and Gen 4 reactors. And so what are we doing? We're trying to evaluate which of those is going to be the best technology, right? And I put a big asterisk behind that, right? So I could ask you, what's the best type of ball, right? I mean, it probably depends, right? If you're going to go play basketball, you probably don't want to bring a golf ball, right? And likewise, a volleyball is much better for what it's used for than, say, a pool ball. So it really depends on what you want to do with that nuclear power. Are you do you need grid scale? Typically 100 megawatts or more per unit, maybe 50 megawatts if it's a multiple deployment reactor model to really support grid scale. Or are you trying to supply an oil rig in the Permian Basin that does not have electricity readily available, in which case you might look at a micro-reactor, right? Or do you need multiple gigawatts of power on your grid, and maybe large light water reactors make more sense? One thing that you look at, you hear a lot about the hyperscalers looking at nuclear. Well, if you look at a data center or even a steel manufacturing facility or a petrochemical facility, the reliability that they look for is 99.9999%. So it doesn't matter what type of nuclear plant you build, that plant has to come offline periodically for maintenance. So no single nuclear plant will hit 99.9999%. So then what you look at is you're now going to have to overbuild to meet that demand, right? So if you have a data center that's a 100 megawatt data center, you would not want to supply it necessarily with a 100 megawatt nuclear plant, because you really need N plus 2. N is your base number of nuclear plants required to supply a load, and then the plus is how many more do you need. So if you have a 100 megawatt data center and you have a 100 megawatt nuclear plant, you're going to have to build 3 plants so that one plant can be offline for scheduled maintenance and one line could be offline for an unplanned issue, and you still have one plant supplying power. So if you look at that approach, any hyperscaler that goes to do that sort of a deployment is going to need to be able to sell that excess power, right? So if they build 300 megawatt plants, they're going to have about 200 megawatts to go back onto the grid. So a lot of what you're hearing about in that you hear this term behind the meter, right? Somebody's going to build a power plant to just power that one thing, depending on their power generation needs, may become very impractical for them to do. So that's where, what's available for technologies, right? With the smallest SMR being about 50 megawatts, you do have some developers like NuScale that has a 77 megawatt plant, but those plants are typically deployed at a minimum of 6 units per deployment. Then your standalone plants start at about 100 megawatts and go up to about 300 megawatts. All right, so then you look at that, what's the best technology? Well, it does not mean that the best technology is going to win. And when I think about that, and some of us have gray hair in here, you remember the VHS versus Betamax discussion, right? Betamax was absolutely a better technology. They had 7 frames per second. VHS had 6. So it had a better quality tape. Now, I'll tell you, if you go put any VHS tape in on your high-def TV and watch it today, you'll be appalled at the quality. But Betamax was better. Why didn't Betamax become commercially deployable? So one of the articles that I read about that was that because of the lower frame rate, VHS could put more tape in a single cartridge. So people could record their movie on a VHS tape, whereas it might take 2 tapes in a Betamax. So VHS went out commercially. Blu-ray versus DVD. DVDs came out first, right? right? First to the finish line doesn't mean it's going to be the best or even commercially successful. Even Blu-ray showed up not too long after DVDs came out, and nobody buys DVDs for the most part anymore. People get Blu-rays. But then I'll challenge you, when was the last time any of you bought a Blu-ray? Right, you're probably all streaming now, so we have a new technology that displaced those two. And cost is absolutely a factor, right? Model T, you can have any color you want so long as it's black, right? So standardizing nuclear plants going forward is going to be a key to success to keep the cost down. And these are some of the competitors to Ford Model T in 1911, most of which you've probably never heard of, all of which have essentially gone out of business, been acquired by some other one, Buick and Cadillac and General Motors. So when we look at our energy system of the future, we're looking for the right technology at the right time, in the right place, at the right cost, and the right fit for grid-style generation. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Clinch River nuclear project located right outside Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And within 15 miles of our site, you've got multiple people, and I've got to update this slide because I believe Orano has also come out recently with an announcement for a facility in this vicinity. But you've got TriSoX, you've got Kairos Power. Kairos is developing a Gen 4 technology, fly-based, and they're going to deploy their Hermes test reactor in Oak Ridge, and they're going to deploy, or they have applied for a construction permit application for a Hermes 2 version of that reactor, both demonstration reactors licensed under that demonstration reactor approach. All right, so this is a history of the Clinch River site, and what you'll see in these two photographs is a very large excavation. And on the photo on the right, up on the top, you can see a lot of little yellow dots. Those are those very large construction equipment that you use on sites, great big dump trucks and excavators and loaders, to give you kind of a scale of this hole. Well, that's from the 1980s, where the Department of Energy contracted with TVA to start construction on a breeder reactor. That was subject to Department of Energy appropriations in Congress, so it was very much a start and stop project. Got as far as the excavation when Ronald Reagan finally just killed the project. And we took a lot of that dirt and put it back in the hole. So that's the only activity that we've had at the Clinch River site, just digging a hole, putting dirt back in. Originally, this was part of the Manhattan Project and part of Oak Ridge. And it was divvied out in the 1959 to 1965 era in 3 different actions to TVA for the Melton Hill project. So the Melton Hill is a dam upstream of the Clinch River site on the Clinch River that TVA constructed. So that's how we wound up with this property. And really, since this project was shut down and remediated in 1989, we have not done anything with the property until we started to evaluate locations for an early site permit. And we did submit for an early site permit in 2016 and obtained that from the NRC in 2019, the first early site permit for small modular reactors in the US. All right, so here's an aerial view of the Clinch River site. And if you were to go out there, we've got a new bridge, a heavy haul bridge that we've installed, and then you've got a long circular gravel road that goes around the site. And you would see fence posts that we put up to mark the corners of units 1 and 2, so people can get an idea visually of where those would be. In the orange dashes there, that's where that former excavation was. We've started to clear out some of those small trees that have grown up in that area. So it really looks more or less like a farm field with some forest around it if you're to drive out there. And we do have some construction trailers on site. The GE Hitachi BWRX 300 is a design that GE Hitachi is preparing for potential deployment worldwide. Ontario Power Generation in Canada has decided to deploy 4 BWRX 300, so they're the lead plant globally. And if we move forward with Clinch River 1, we would be the first site in the US for the BWRX 300. And from a timing standpoint, we're about 2 years behind OPG in their deployment. So why the BWRX 300? There's a couple of things. The name, BWR, boiling water reactor, the X stands for the 10th generation of a design of a BWR. So GE has a long history of designing and building boiling water reactors. Of the 7 reactors that TVA operates, 3 of those are GE boiling water reactors at our Browns Ferry site in Alabama. They use our existing fuel supply chain, specifically the exact same fuel assemblies that we use at our Browns Ferry site. And the NRC has licensed BWRs previously, so we think in many cases that will simplify their review of the BWRX 300, although there are definitely unique aspects of the BWRX 300 that the NRC will pay attention to, and we'll have to likely answer questions for them on the design. I worked at Browns Ferry for 5 years. I was the engineering director there. And this list of equipment on the right-hand side, if we did not have that equipment at Browns Ferry, my job would have been very easy, right? So the BWRX 300, like many of the designs being developed right now, uses passive safety systems. So what is a passive safety system versus an active safety system? And Browns Ferry and all the operating reactors in the U.S. right now, with the exception of Vogtle, rely on active safety systems. You take your car. An active safety system in your car is your airbag. All right? If you're in an accident, you've got an accelerometer in your car that has to activate, that sends a signal to a controller that ignites a little charge in the airbag that causes that gas to inflate. So all those things have to happen for the airbag to properly deploy. A passive safety system in your car is your bumper. That's part of the original design of the car. It's installed during manufacture, and nothing has to happen for your bumper to work properly, right? If you're in an accident and your bumper contacts something, it starts to crumple and absorb that energy from the impact, reducing the energy seen to the driver in the car. Same thing with the BWRX 300 and many of the designs in flight right now as they utilize those passive safety systems. We're also looking at what I like to call technology beyond the plant. Those perhaps soft things that we can go do that makes operating a nuclear plant more economical, easier for those people that are operating it. One of those things is smart procedures. How do we operate a nuclear plant today? Typically, we go to a computer, we say we're going to go run this procedure, we're in a controlled system, you pull the procedure up and you print it out. Then you take that sometimes 30, 40, 50-page document with you in the field, and you're following it step by step. You sign off, you come back when you're done, the supervisor will review it, then it'll go off to document control. It also might go to engineering for them to review some information. A very manual process. Smart procedures take all of that and they automate it, right? Much like what we're used to today, where you can open up a document on an iPad or your iPhone or a Galaxy phone. You can fill that document out right online and submit it. You can book hotels, you can book your flights, you can do a lot of things on these smart devices. Same thing with a nuclear plant. Somebody can take their smart device, an iPad, out in the field, be entering data from a procedure, and it can be set up that if you enter data that's out of range, it gives you an immediate notification, right? Say the temperature on a bearing is supposed to be around 100 degrees. You enter 1,000 degrees. It will immediately warn you that it exceeds the value they were expecting. And you could go back and look, and maybe you fat-fingered it and put one too many zeros in, and you can correct that and move on. There's an audit trail that occurred. So your supervisor will know that you changed that entry, right? And it may just be information for later on, or it could be that the original number was correct and it was incorrectly changed to 100. That temperature really was 1,000 degrees and there was a problem, right? So you have that audit trail. It can also send automated notifications for data to engineering, to the shift manager, whoever may need to know that information. Next thing is interconnected electronic design basis documents. So right now, for one of the TVA plants, our design-based documents are things like our technical specifications, final safety analysis report, our design criteria. All of these documents, when I got into nuclear, I would go pull a book off a shelf and flip through this book and look for it. information. Now we have those in essentially PDF form. So you can get online, you can do a search for words, which does make it a lot easier. However, what are we used to doing? We pull out our smart device and we find something of interest. Usually it's highlighted in blue with an underline. You can just click on it and it now takes you there. That's what interconnected design basis documents do for you. You can open up perhaps the FSAR, that final safety analysis report, and you can find a reference and you can click on that reference and it will automatically take you to that reference document. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity throughout the plant. You know, a nuclear plant typically has a lot of concrete, not real conducive to transmitting cell phone signals, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. So we've had to retrofit nuclear plants to put that capability in. And even with retrofitting them, it's not always available everywhere in the plant. So we're looking at, okay, how do we do that as we build these plants to make sure we're thinking ahead for those things, and not just for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth today, but what technology may come out in the future that we don't know about that we want the ability to integrate. So we're trying to think through how do we put that backbone architecture in the plant so that regardless of how technology changes, we can still have the convenience of using those smart procedures in the plant because we've got that connectivity. Equipment sensors, you know, if you drove a car that was built in 1950, you probably had 2 or 3 lights. You would have a light that would tell you that it was getting too hot. You would have a light to tell you that you're out of oil. And that's really probably the extent of the lights you had. You go in a car today and, you know, perhaps your tires have been fine, but you wake up one morning, it's 33 degrees, and you get a low pressure alarm on your car, right? There's all sorts of sensors in a car. We're looking at the same thing on nuclear plants is how can we put those sensors in and then use that predictive monitoring with machine learning for how do we then take that information and how do we assess it to automate some responses, right? So say you're monitoring a temperature. Well, you could say, well, here's the high set point and the low set point. We have that ability today. But that temperature may change throughout the year. In the winter, that temperature may get 5 degrees colder because the cooling water is colder. In the summer, it gets warmer. Well, that predictive monitoring and machine learning knows that, right? So it knows how to adjust the limits based on other inputs it's getting to reduce the number of false alarms and provide you with the best information possible. All right, so we are developing a strategic plan for a potential fleet of small modular reactors to support our aspirational goal of being carbon-free by 2050. We're using a methodical and risk-informed approach to the potential deployment of a small modular reactor at the Clinch River site. And we expect multiple technologies are expected to be part of our future, and SMRs are just one of those, right? We expect to have some wind, solar. We will have more gas plants in the future, and we expect that we'll have new nuclear as part of our future as well. With that, that is the end of my presentation.
Very good job, thank you. You okay for some questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just a few follow-up questions. I know that you mentioned the Oak Ridge site, and we're very interested, obviously, in the BWRX 300s. That's a cool technology. Are there any of those deployed in the world yet?
Not yet, no. Ontario Power Generation would be the first.
And what's their estimated?
Last I heard, online in 2029.
Okay, gotcha. And so in theory, we would be, you said 2 years behind them?
About 2 years behind.
Okay.
Now, you know, that's their published date. One of the challenges that you have with any of these small modular reactors is none of the designs are complete. All right, they're all in some state of flux, so that provides some uncertainty. So, and you know, most all these designs, I believe, will be complete in about the next 2 years. So that will, 2 years from now, we'll have a much better landscape of what deployments look like.
What are there any SMRs that are being deployed around the world now?
Yes, so Russia and China both have operational small modular reactors. China's is a high temperature gas reactor. It's hard to get a lot of information on that reactor. We do understand that there were some challenges. They use a graphite pebble in that reactor, and there were some challenges with their online refueling, and they were operating at a reduced power rate. We believe it's because they were finding some damage to those graphite pebbles as they were circulating through the system.
And you mentioned Russia has some too. Is it the same design?
Russia's a different design, but I don't have a lot of information on their design.
As far as, I know a lot of people are concerned about safety. Obviously, there have been some concern about nuclear in the 80s for sure. But can you elaborate a little bit on how it's different now?
Sure, and again, I would relate it back to automobiles. If you were to look at an automobile built in 1960, it's not that it's an unsafe vehicle, but technology has progressed, right? You've got airbags now. Those weren't an option in 1960. You've got an alarm to make sure that you're buckling your seatbelt. That wasn't available in 1960. So nuclear reactors are very much the same way. We're capitalizing on the technological innovations that have come over the last 20 years or so and incorporating those into the design, going from those active safety systems. And when any active safety system, you run a risk that some component's not going to operate properly, right? An airbag doesn't deploy in a car. When you've got a passive safety system, you don't have that component that could fail and therefore inherently more safe.
You mentioned it's amazing the numbers you gave out to put solar panels to generate the energy that you need. That's an amazing number. 8 times the size of Tennessee.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I just saw your bio. I'll read it afterwards. Sorry about that.
No problem at all.
Commissioner?
I've spent about half of my career in nuclear power. Started out at the Department of Energy Savannah River site, which is a heavy water reactor. And I've worked for TVA for a number of years. And then I was a general contractor in between, if you're kind of wondering what I've done. So kind of take that construction experience along with nuclear experience, looking forward to new nuclear.
How many, how many, I know the AP1000 obviously was built at Vogtle. Are there any other designs that you know of that are approved, that are being considered now?
So for approved, you've got, there's a Korean plant, an APR 1400, that was deployed in Abu Dhabi that is licensed in the United States. Now, they licensed it in the United States because Abu Dhabi did not have a nuclear regulator. And by licensing it in the US, Abu Dhabi was able to just point to it. So at the time, they didn't have any intention of deploying in the US, but that is another large light water reactor. Then NuScale has design certification for a 50 megawatt module design. They have submitted to the NRC to uprate that to a 77 megawatt design. I believe that that's still in flight.
What is, are you familiar with what TerraPower is building? Bill Gates is?
Yeah, so they're building a sodium-based fast reactor. And what I will tell you is that every Gen 4 technology, and I think most of the Gen 3 plus technologies, have one or more hurdles that they have to overcome to really complete that design. And for any fast reactor, this is not Natrium specific, but any fast reactor that uses fast neutrons is neutron embrittlement of the metal that's in contact with those fast neutrons. So that's one area that needs some research, perhaps needs some codes designed to go with that, and then NRC endorsement of those codes for deployment.
Okay, a little clarification between fast neutrons and slow, I guess slow.
Okay, yeah, it's a good point, I'm sorry. Slow or thermal neutrons are what are used in all of the commercial reactors deployed in the United States. In the way that a neutron, from a fission, you get about 2.5 fast neutrons from any fission that occurs. And they become thermal or slowed down when they hit the nucleus of a water atom. Okay, so that's why we use water-based reactors to slow those fast neutrons down. And in order to have another fission occur, it comes from a slower thermal neutron. So that's how a traditional water-based reactor works, is you'll have a fission, you'll get some fast neutrons, it hits a water nucleus, it slows down, and then it's available to go make another fission, because that's what you want ultimately, is that fission process produces heat. That heat heats the water, and that's how we produce steam for the turbine. And you have to excuse me, I'm not as familiar as how a fast reactor works, except that they're able to go critical on fast neutrons.
The SMRs, are they fast or slow?
Both.
Okay.
So the natrium is a fast neutron reactor. Like the Kairos, I believe the Flibe Energy is a thermal neutron reactor. The Gen 3 plus light water plants are all thermal neutrons. So I know there's more than natrium that are fast, but I can't name one off the top of my head. But most of them are thermal neutron reactors.
Last question, sorry. The APR 1400 in Abu Dhabi, is it up and running or is it under construction?
They are up and running. They've got, there are 4 reactors there, and I believe all 4 are now operational.
How long did it take them to build it, do you know?
I don't want to state a number because I'll get it wrong, but it was a fairly impressive timeline. I can say that.
It wasn't 10 years?
No.
Okay,
Not for construction.
thank you. Commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Very informative, and I appreciate you going deeper into how you articulated all the answers you gave. What regulatory challenges do you see at the state and federal level that hold us back from your perspective? Being as knowledgeable as you are, what kind of changes do we need to make, or the federal government needs to make nuclear deployment more effective?
So the largest challenge at the federal level is really the timeline for approval. And I talked a little bit about standardizing the plant, much like a Model T Ford. And that's an area where I think the NRC can capitalize on that standardization, right? Once they've looked at a design for the first time and they've approved it, all they should have to look at after that is what's different about where you're building it, right? And the things that will be different from site to site, perhaps, are the flood elevations, your seismology of the site. So the NRC will have to go look at those site-specific things, but they really shouldn't look at the design of the nuclear plant itself. So, your design, or the NRC review timeline, if you go to their website, will tell you it's about 3.5 years from the time you submit until you're getting your approved permit. Many of the Gen 4 reactors, the construction permit application for Hermes 1, I believe, took about 18 months to do. And they were able to streamline the environmental review on Hermes 2 because it's at the same site using a lot of the same information. So there are some efficiencies that the NRC can deploy. There is a lot of attention legislatively for the NRC to go make those improvements. The states are really more of what I'll call your traditional challenges for any construction project. I don't think it's specific to nuclear. So you just want to look at, what are some of the barriers to any large construction project, whether it's a power plant, a steel plant, a data center, anything, you could probably get information from them a lot easier in nuclear because you haven't built a nuclear plant here, right? Or at least not in a long time. So you could go back and you could see, hey, what are those challenges and what could we do to help in that area?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Carr?
In your opinion, thank you for your presentation. It's very informative. You spend your life in this industry, and I commend you for that, being that focused for that long. That's very impressive to me. Can you give me some pros and cons of where you see nuclear going into the future? What's some of our problems that we would have, particularly in nuclear waste? How we're going to handle that?
Absolutely. So, so I'll cover the pros first. It's a carbon-free, very reliable source of energy, and with the new designs, safer than it has been, right? So the operating plants in the U.S. right now are safe. These are even better, right? So there's a lot of pros, 24/7 power. Some of the new designs are designed for load following, so you can actually offset or complement solar power, right? When it's very sunny out, middle of the day, you can lower the power in that nuclear plant. Natrium's got a very novel design for that. with a salt storage system, right, where it can peak at 500 or 545 megawatts for 5 hours with a nominal output, I think, of 345 megawatts. So some very interesting designs in that area. So some of the challenges to deploying new nuclear, one is I've talked about every single design has some technical challenge that they've got to resolve. Now, that just, quite frankly, it takes time and money to resolve those. I don't think that there's any challenge out there that cannot be overcome, but will take some time and challenge. And, there are globally right now over 90 different designs for small modular reactors and micro-reactors. I do not believe that we can support 90 different designs globally. There's over 20 different designs in the US. Again, I don't think that we'll be able to support those many designs. So I think through attrition, some developers will not ultimately succeed in deploying nuclear plants at scale in the US. So that's a challenge, which goes back to how do we pick the one, right? What we don't want to do is pick a developer that ultimately isn't successful, and then we've got the only one or two of that type reactor in the United States or globally. Fuel. Many of the Gen 4 reactors rely on HALEU fuel, which is high assay, low enrichment fuel. Typical fuel right now is enriched to just below 5% power for a commercial reactor. And the Department of Energy used to be the enricher above 5%. The Savannah River site where I started working at had utilized 97% enriched uranium. Submarines utilize a very high enrichment uranium. The Department of Energy years ago shut down all of those facilities. So now we rely on it commercially. Well, commercially right now in the US, there's no one that can supply HALEU fuel, which is anywhere above 5%, perhaps up to close to 20% enriched. So Russia had been a supplier of HALEU fuel. There's now a ban in place for utilizing Russian HALEU for some very good reasons. So we will have to stand up our commercial supply. Department of Energy just released, I believe, over $1 billion to support enrichers to start developing HALEU fuel. So again, that's a challenge. It can be overcome. We've got plenty of uranium. It can be enriched. We just have to build those facilities to do that. And nuclear waste is the one that you'll hear about a lot. Some of the Gen 4 designs plan to use spent nuclear fuel in their reactor, right? So recycle it. And that's what I would tell you is, nuclear fuel, we will figure out what to do with it. But for right now, all of it is stored at the operating sites where the reactors are or were in great big canisters that are sealed. They do not need water cooling. They've got typically helium in there for a coolant, and just the air is what's cooling it. They're designed for flooding. They're designed for aircraft impact. So very low risk in where our fuel is currently stored. And several countries are challenged with those long-term repositories. So Canada is working on, they've narrowed it down to 2 locations for a long-term repository. The United States, we are, at some level still looking to figure out how to store it long-term. But I believe, much like when you look at our nuclear history is very, very short, right? Starting in World War II, and then shortly after that in the early 50s with commercial electricity. So we've got about 70 years experience. I have no doubt 70 years from now, we'll have a way to recycle all of that spent fuel and utilize it.
Thank you.
What's the oldest operational nuclear plant that we have?
I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to look that one up. That's a good question. But it probably dates to the mid to late 60s or early 70s.
So it's safe to say they last a long time.
Absolutely. So, the TVA plants right now are licensed to operate 60 years, and we have submitted the subsequent license application for renewal at our Browns Ferry site. So Browns Ferry would turn 80 in 2053. that's part of our long-term planning is, eventually we're going to retire our operating fleet. We'll need to replace that as well as capacity expansion.
And as far as the Advance Act that was passed by Congress, did it help fund the HALO project, or do you know what was all in that?
So I don't know if it came specifically from the Advance Act, but the Department of Energy has funds about $1 billion or a little bit more to help with the HALO fuel supply, but I'm not sure its exact source.
Any other questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
All right.
Great job. And hey, just so you know, if y'all want to locate one in Mississippi, we're open for business.
Let's see what we can do.
Thank you. Very informational. We'll move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Jeffrey Merrifield, Chair of the U.S. Nuclear Industrial Council. Jeremy Merrifield is a partner of the Pillsbury Winthrop Shaw Pittman LLP Energy Practice. He was appointed by President Clinton and reappointed by President Bush to serve on the 5-member Senate-confirmed independent United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. During his tenure, which was from October 1998 to June 2002, and from August 2002 to June 2007, the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission had a staff of 3,250 employees with a budget of $900 million and set all policies and rules that govern the safe and secure use of nuclear materials at the 104 U.S. nuclear power plants operating at that time. He also served on the board of directors for the U.S. Ecology Corporation, which is one of the largest U.S. operators of both hazardous and low-level radioactive waste disposal facilities. He served as lead director, the chairman of the Governance Committee, and was a member of the Compensation and Audit Committees. Currently, Mr. Merrifield serves on the board of the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council and is also chairman of its Advanced Nuclear Working Group, composed of more than 90 companies. The council is a leading business consortium advocate for the nuclear energy and the promotion of American supply chain globally. Mr. Merrifield, thank you for joining us. We don't have volume yet, sorry. Technical difficulties?
Can you hear me at this point?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We got you now, Mr. Merrifield. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your help.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I want to thank the commissioners for inviting me as well. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I regret I could not travel to Mississippi to be there live. I'm here in my office in Washington, D.C., but I had other duties I had to attend to today. You all did a very kind opening series of comments about my background. I've got a slide that talks a little bit to that, all of which, or most of which you've already covered. As mentioned, I was a 2-term commissioner of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and during that time, visited over half of the world's 440 nuclear power plants in 30 of the 31 countries that then operated them. So I've got a very good understanding of the current fleet. When I left the NRC, I went to work for the Shaw Group, which was actually a Baton Rouge-based company that maintained and built nuclear power plants. And we used to maintain both the Entergy and we worked on the TBA fleet as well. So very familiar with those sites in your state. I have visited both. In addition to my chairing the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council, I'm also the past chair of an organization called E4 Carolinas, which is a 150-member energy association in North and South Carolina. And I also have expertise in fusion. I'm the secretary and outside counsel for the Fusion Industry Association. Just a little bit about Pillsbury. We are a international firm with 700 staff. We've got offices in 22 locations around the world, including many of the world's financial and government centers. We are the oldest international nuclear law group in the world. We've been around for over 60 years. I have about a dozen attorneys with whom I work who are principally focused on all things nuclear and more recently matters associated with fusion. We're technically adept. Many of my team members are folks who have nuclear, chemical, or electrical engineering degrees and have worked in the U.S. government, the nuclear navy, and other aspects of the industry. So a lot of experience and a lot of things we've worked on. One thing I would note from the prior discussion, there was a bit of talk about the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation, ENIC, in Abu Dhabi, that has 4 new nuclear power plants that are operating very well. We were the law firm, I wasn't around at the time, but we were the law firm that actually set up that structure. We set up their regulator, we had their original Organic Act, and we actually ran the bid that successfully selected those 4 units. And so we're very proud to have been part of what is a very successful program in the United Arab Emirates. My discussion today is going to go over sort of 3 areas. One is a brief overview of advanced reactor technologies. I know some of this was discussed in the prior presentation, but hopefully I can put a little bit more granularity on what this all means. I'm going to talk about some of the benefits of these technologies, and I have some considerations that I think are particularly important for members of a public utility commission. I would note I've done an extensive amount of work with both NARUC, National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, and also am assisting NASEO, the National Association of State Energy Officials, in their assessment of advanced nuclear. So I've met with lots of your fellow commissioners in other state PUCs over the course of the last several years, and appreciate what you're going through. Finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the support mechanisms that the U.S. government has put into place to incentivize getting these reactors built and online. So just to give a little bit of a snapshot of where things stand internationally, there are approximately 420 nuclear power plants operating in the United States in 33 countries. That represents about 10% of the total, 10.5% of the world's total energy. In the United States, it represents about 20% of our total energy supply. Internationally, it's 35% of the world carbon-free generation, and in the U.S., it's just a bit over 50% of our carbon-free generation. The U.S. remains the largest operator with 94 nuclear units. At its highest, we had 112 that were operating. Many of those were smaller units operating in the very early days of the nuclear program. When I was an NRC commissioner, we had 104 operating, so 10 more than we have right now. And as I'm sure you probably know, there were a number of units that were shut down, principally for economic reasons, and principally in states for which there was an open market, and it was difficult to compete against inexpensive natural gas. And that led to some of those units shutting down. Now, as you heard in the news, several of those, including 3 Mile Island Unit 1 and the Palisades Unit, which is a unit up in Michigan that had shut down, are in consideration right now for restarting, in part due to some of the market dynamics that we're seeing right now. In addition to all of those reactors operating commercially for power purposes, there are also a large variety of research reactors around the world, and over 200 nuclear reactors power 160 ships and submarines. As you may know, the entire U.S. carrier and submarine force is powered by nuclear power plants. Each aircraft carrier operates 2 nuclear power plants. Submarines operate 1 nuclear unit. There are currently roughly 54 reactors under construction in 17 countries. There are a number of countries that are considering embarking on new nuclear programs, and that includes countries both in Asia, Europe, and in Africa. Today, China is the largest builder with 17 units under construction, and they have a very aggressive program that you'll see in the next slide. This gives you a snapshot of where those reactors are located. Up until very recently, France was our largest counterpart with 56 reactors. China has tied them, and it is likely by 2035 that absent additional changes, China will exceed the total number of nuclear power plants that the United States has. That said, As you'll see in some of my later slides, there is a significant amount of activity underway right now with announcements about potential units going forward. So we certainly are positioned to potentially maintain that lead, but we're going to have China nipping at our heels. Russia is a large operator of nuclear power plants, and they built a number of them also in Eastern Europe when they controlled that as part of the Soviet Union. South Korea is a large user of nuclear units, and in fact, they were the source of the 4 units that were built in the United Arab Emirates. India, China, Ukraine, and others sort of round that out. Japan used to be a very large operator. Many of those units shut down as a result of Fukushima, but they're in the process of bringing a number of those back, and so I expect we'll see Japan increase in the number of operating units in the coming years. Now, a lot of talk about advanced reactors and SMRs, and this slide is really intended to try to hopefully provide a little bit of clarity to that. Sometimes advanced reactors are characterized in terms of their size. Now, these sizes can vary a little bit. Different people have different statistics, but this is how I would cut them out. Micro-reactors being those that operate with 25 megawatts or less. Smaller scale reactors between 25 and 300, and then larger scale reactors in excess of 300 megawatts. Some of them ranging up to 1,500 to 1,600. I wouldn't make a note here. 2 years ago, if you'd asked me, I would have said I don't think we're going to be building any reactors, of 1,000 megawatts or more in the near term. That has quite dramatically reversed, and I think there will be opportunities to build reactors of that size in the coming years, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in later slides. Sometimes we also talk about small modular reactors, and this really is intended to do 2 things. SMRs are really characterized by their size and their ability to be built in a more modular fashion. The purpose of trying to do that is to take as much of the stick-built construction out of the field and put it into a factory-like setting, the purpose of which is twofold. Number one, it increases the ability to build those in a factory atmosphere where you can keep a higher level of quality. It also is hoped that doing it in a modular fashion in that manner could also reduce cost if you're going to have serial production. I think many of the designs that we'll be discussing today are seeking to use modular technologies to do those very 2 goals. The other way, as was described in the earlier presentation, is the type of moderator that transfers heat from the fission reactant to the steam plant. Light water reactors, that is the current fleet. So all of the reactors we have operating in the United States are light water reactors. They use tap water for both cooling and moderation. The advanced reactors that we're going to talk about today use high temperature gas, liquid metal, or molten salt as their means of moderating and transporting that heat. One of the things I think is important to sort of recollect is while these designs are new to a lot of people, high temperature gas, liquid metal, and molten salt, all of them are based on technologies that were developed by the Atomic Energy Agency, later the U.S. Department of Energy, in our national labs through the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. So these are not new technologies. They are new applications of historically proven design elements. Now I'm gonna do a preface up front. This capture all of the reactor technologies that are out there. There are, as described, dozens and dozens of reactor designs. I think there was a reference to as many as 90 worldwide. Frankly, some of these are conceptual designs that aren't much more than a PowerPoint and a couple of people. Others are designs which have had significant investment and both by the government and by individuals. This slide is intended to take a snapshot of some of what I think are some of the more noteworthy ones, but by no means is this intended to cover all of the designs that may be potentially viable. NuScale, as was mentioned before, has been certified by the NRC for its design They have upgraded that to 77 megawatts, and that's currently being reviewed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They currently are focused on deployments in Romania and Ghana, and I think discussions are likely underway for sites in the US as well. GE Hitachi, that is a 300 megawatt boiling water reactor. It traces its lineage through GE's designs over the years. This particular one has been selected for deployment with Ontario Power Generation in Canada at a site called Darlington. It also potentially could be deployed by TVA and others here in the United States. Westinghouse has an AP300 design. This is a smaller version of the design that was recently completed at Vogel's Unit 3 and 4 in Georgia. That too is 300 megawatts. They are in early discussions with the NRC about getting that licensed. Holtec, which is a Camden, New Jersey based nuclear supplier, has a 300 megawatt design as well. They have a site at Palisades, as I mentioned earlier. That's a site where there is an existing plant that has shut down. They are going through a process to get that plant back online and provide power to Michigan, but they have also indicated they intend to build 2 of their small modular reactors at that site as well, and they are in the midst of design review by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. X-Energy XE100 is a high temperature gas pebble bed reactor. They call it a pebble bed because it uses triso fuel particles that are about the size of a cue ball, about 300,000 of those inside the vessel. High temperature gas, namely helium, is passed through that to carry that heat to a heat exchanger. That design is 80 megawatts. They were given an award by the U.S. Department of Energy of about $1.5 billion. They will be building 2 of those units for Dow at the Seadrift site in Texas. They have an additional series of units that they'll be building for Amazon with Energy Northwest and potentially also with Dominion. So that was a very significant announcement made last week. Terrestrial Energy, their integrated molten salt reactor is 195 megawatts. That is under pre-application review by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and it has gone through the initial design review by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. They announced just yesterday that they have a potential MOU for deploying that with an entity called Viaro Energy in the United Kingdom. TerraPower's Natrium reactor, this is Bill Gates' reactor. It's a sodium fast reactor paired with a molten salt storage. That was the other recipient of the DOE Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, and they are constructing that plant near a site owned by Pacific Core near in Kemmerer, Wyoming, near a former coal plant. Oklahom's Aurora plant, sodium fast reactor. They have a 1.5 megawatt design currently under review by the NRC, and they have several units that they will be deploying as well in Ohio with a higher megawatt level. Kairos, another one that had an announcement last week. They have a pebble bed reactor with a molten salt coolant. They received a $30 million risk reduction award from the Department of Energy. They have 2 non-power units they're building in Tennessee, but did announce a 500 megawatt deal with Google to supply data centers for Google down the road. So that was an important announcement for Kairos. Natura is a Texas-based developer of a molten salt reactor design. They just received their construction license for the reactor to be built, a research reactor to be built at Abilene Christian University. Natura is also pursuing a 100 megawatt commercial version of that design. And then finally, BWXT, this is a company that builds our nation's aircraft carrier and submarine reactors. They're also the recipient of an award from the U.S. Army to build a portable reactor for forward deployment. They have a deal with the Wyoming Energy Association for a grant to evaluate placing a 15 megawatt version at various mining and industrial sites in the state of Wyoming. So these are among the reactors that are out there. I would also note, obviously, given the recent opening of Vogel Units 3 and 4, Westinghouse does have its AP1000 design, which is under consideration by some as well. This slide, I'm not going to go into the details. It was actually put together by ClearPath. It is a conservative clean energy foundation. I actually serve on its advisory board, but it does give you some sense of the breadth of nuclear projects and folks who are out there. A lot of excitement, and I think a lot of activity underway. Now, what are some of the advantages? Well, we've talked a lot about smaller size and modularity, and smaller does make it more straightforward in terms of construction versus a much larger plant. These advanced reactor designs do have a lower accident risk. They have improved safety features, and because of the nature of some of the fuel forms that they have, can be quite safe inherently as a result of the fuel. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has allowed for a reduction in the emergency evacuation zone. As you may know, Grand Gulf and other reactors have a 10-mile EPZ, so that if there is an incident, the individuals who live within 10 miles can be evacuated. In its decision-making, the NRC has said that some of these advanced reactors could be considered to have emergency evacuation zones as little as 1,000 yards from the site. That is a significantly smaller footprint from that standpoint, and is really indicative of the fact that these reactors do have those advanced safety features and also have a reduced amount of inventory of uranium, and thus what they say is a smaller source term, the material that could potentially be released. Some of these reactors have load following capability. One of the things I failed to mention on the previous slide, in particular, the TerraPower reactor is designed to do load following. It operates nominally at 345 megawatts, but it is paired with a 500 megawatt or roughly 500 megawatt molten salt storage facility, so that for about 5 hours a day, they can provide that power at 500 megawatts. Now, you all are, of course, very familiar with the California duck curve, and I think what that design and frankly, a molten salt storage capability could be used on virtually all of the designs that we've talked about today. That really allows you to address that demand from 5 o'clock at night to 9 o'clock at night when people are coming home from work, turning on their air conditioning and opening the refrigerators and whatnot. So that I think is a case where nuclear can pair quite favorably with renewables. It is emission-free. It is an opportunity for potentially repowering existing fossil fuel sites to take advantage of much of the infrastructure that would be available to be utilized again. What is different about many of these reactors, however, is it's not just about providing electricity. Many of them are being evaluated, particularly the higher temperature advanced reactors, for the use of process heat, which can be used for a variety of industrial applications, desalination, hydrogen production. I know down at the Dow site, one of the desirable things about the X-Energy design is that it can match up well with the very high heat requirements of ethylene crackers, which need about 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Many of these reactors are operating in 800 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which makes them very advantageous in that regard. One of the things that I think has been chatted about is, people will typically use an LCOE number and what's the cheapest way to put power on the grid. Nuclear does have to be considered a little differently, and this is really intended to sort of provoke a longer term view of energy production, which is really the thing that I know you and your fellow Public Utility Commission members are concerned about. If you look at the far left, if you have a 1,000 megawatt nuclear unit, the NRC has said we are willing to license these for 80 years. Now, frankly, I think many of the reactors that we're currently operating in the United States will likely operate for 100 years, and that's because along the way they are maintained at a very high level of performance, and many of the parts and pieces as they are put through that operation have been replaced along the way. Because they operate at around a 94 to 95% capacity factor, you really don't need backup power because you can really rely on them for 24/7 power, and I don't need to explain to you about their reliability. When you compare that to 1,000 megawatts of a wind and solar plant, you recognize that that those renewable assets are only going to operate 35 to 40% of the time at best. So you're going to need the backup generation, typically these days natural gas, to back that up. And unlike a nuclear power plant, which can operate for 80 years, those wind and solar assets really are only going to be available typically for about a 20-year life. Similarly, natural gas units also have a limited life. When we look at bulk storage, which we haven't quite cracked the nut yet on doing that in a large scale and in inexpensive way, the bulk storage capabilities that we currently have, the technologies now, generally are going to have an 8 to 10-year life. So when you look at that comparison, investing in, albeit a not cheap but very long-lasting nuclear power plant, and you compare it with the sheer amount of kit that you would have to engage in purchasing to compare against that same 80-year life, the dynamics of those differences are quite different. In addition, in many parts of the United States, and frankly, I'm not quite as familiar with Mississippi in this regard, you have to factor in a significant investment in transmission to wheel that power from the location that it's produced, either with wind or solar, to the location where it's produced. So those two need to factor in, and sometimes a simple LCOE calculation doesn't accurately reflect what that true cost really is. Now, don't take it from me. This is information that just came out within the last several weeks from the U.S. Department of Energy office, the Loan Guarantee Office. They have a Advanced Nuclear Pathways to Commercial Liftoff report. Very useful document. I would certainly recommend it to you and your staff to review. This is a slide from the slide deck that accompanies that and really does show that comparison of if you look only at putting renewables and storage online versus a combination of renewable storage and nuclear, a more balanced energy portfolio in the end is going to be, according to DOE, about 37% less expensive when you factor in both generation and transmission costs. So as utility commissions have done for decades, having a balanced energy portfolio to provide the reliability and redundancy you need, it's important to look at these kind of considerations. Now, I mentioned a little bit some of the non-utility applications, and I've touched upon it, but data centers, steel mills, a lot of these are really coming to the fore. Several months ago, Amazon signed an agreement to purchase 400 megawatts from an existing nuclear site in Pennsylvania, a site called Susquehanna. There was an announcement at the White House back in the spring. I happened to be there for that, where Google, Microsoft, and Nucor being America's largest steel producer, agreed on a tariff that would allow for the purchase of new nuclear generation in North Carolina at a site called Blues Creek, and that project has been approved by the North Carolina Public Utilities Commission. Microsoft, NVIDIA, OpenAI have all announced that they are pursuing nuclear for AI, supercomputing, and as you probably heard, the energy needs of a typical supercomputer are typically about 10 times that of a data center from days past. Talked a little bit about the Google and Kairos announcement. Similarly, the announcement with X-Energy and Energy Northwest. Finally, as I discussed earlier, TMI Unit 1, which had been shut down for economic reasons, Constellation Energy, which is America's largest provider of nuclear power, has announced a deal with Microsoft to bring that back online, and that would be to supply power to a new large data center that would be located near there. I would say, working in a law firm where we work with a lot of folks in the entire value chain of nuclear power, we're seeing a significant number of deals. One of the things I think which is quite interesting to me that has occurred over the last several years is that there are now a series of developers, a company called the Nuclear Company, Elemental, Blue Energy, Standard Power, a series of companies out there whose purpose, like was the case in about a decade ago with wind and solar generation facilities, they're looking to be the intermediary to actually develop those sites and then pair that with a utility where appropriate and with a technology provider. I think that's gotten the attention of a lot of folks up on Wall Street. I was at a conference that the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council hosted about a week ago, where we had a large number of investment firms, Guggenheims and Citicorps and others of the world, who are evaluating investments that they can make in new nuclear. So I think we're going to see a lot more activity coming down the road quite soon. Now, Congress in the last three administrations, Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden, have all been highly supportive of nuclear. The bipartisan infrastructure bill that passed a while back, that had the advanced demonstration program, was $2.5 billion. That was the funding that went to both Entergy and TerraPower. That also provided about $8 billion to create several nuclear hydrogen hubs. The Inflation Reduction Act provided a production tax credit of up to $15 per megawatt hour, a technology inclusive production tax credit, $30 per megawatt hour, and then an ITC for clean energy at 30%. Now, I will readily admit I am not a tax attorney, so I hope you don't direct questions to me of how those work. I've got able colleagues who can answer those, but I'm not an expert at the tax portion of it. There was a discussion about high assay, low enriched uranium. That was, and I don't remember the exact piece of legislation that was contained in either, but that was essentially a reprogramming. There were incentive dollars to try to keep some of the existing nuclear power plants online. That was put into place several years ago. Frankly, there wasn't demand for it because the market's changed and there's a lot of desire to keep those plants online now. So what Congress did was they reprogrammed that $2.5 billion had been previously appropriated, and they're moving that to provide more enrichment capabilities to provide the fuel necessary for many of these reactor designs. Finally, little discussion of the ADVANCE Act that was signed into law by President Biden in July. It provided a variety of different things. I'll highlight three of them here. One was a reduction in some of the NRC licensing fees for advanced reactors. Take a little bit of that burden off. As you probably know, the NRC is a fee-based agency, so all the costs of the NRC licensing activities are borne either by utilities or other licensed individuals. So that's going to provide some relief for advanced reactor designs. It eliminates the foreign ownership requirement. Under prior version of the Atomic Energy Act, a company located outside of the United States could not own a majority share of a U.S. nuclear power plant. That's a provision that had been in law for many, many years. I think finally, Congress finally came to the conclusion that that was not needed, and so that provision was repealed. So if you have a company that is from one of the OECD countries, which is mainly the developed world, does not include China or Russia, by the way, they can purchase a U.S. nuclear power plant, either an existing one or a future one. There is a evaluative process the NRC would have to go through to determine whether that particular company had interests that were inimical to those of the United States against our best interest. So that review still would occur, but it does allow for foreign ownership, and that may incentivize and provide additional financing capability for future units here in the U.S. Finally, there were some provisions related to brownfield redevelopment and also to the environmental permitting process. As you can probably imagine, permitting under the National Environmental Protection Act can be quite onerous, and there was a series of provisions in the ADVANCE Act that would streamline that process. There was also a provision that modified the NRC's charter to focus on being efficient. In addition to being safety focused, they also need to be efficient in their reviews in order to enable these technologies to move forward. So a lot of things occurred in that particular bill, which I think are going to be enabling of allowing these technologies to move forward. NRC is moving out on those, and we'll hear more about that, I think, in the coming months. I've talked a little bit about hydrogen, and I think this is certainly something that is going to enable a lot of different technologies. I would note, and I won't go into detail, as a firm, we've been working on hydrogen as well. there are potential opportunities to decarbonize maritime transportation through hydrogen, including through the creation of hydrogen-based ammonia. That would certainly provide an opportunity to potentially decarbonize those ships. Nuclear reactors is one other that is being pursued as well. Just to round things out, is very active in Canada as well. Canada actually has a fairly decent sized nuclear fleet for a country of its size. The province of Ontario, which is its largest, it's fully carbon free. It is powered by nuclear and hydro, and that's it. And they have managed to decarbonize the province as a result. Both liberal and conservative parties are in support of it. They have indicated they're going to add 4,800 megawatts of new generation at a site which currently houses 8 reactors. So that today it's already the largest nuclear site in North America. That will make it even more so. That's a large slug of electricity in one location. New Brunswick Power currently operates a single nuclear unit. They've looked at several of these advanced reactors potentially to add to that mix. As stated before, Ontario Power Generation is going to be adding 4 of the GE reactors at its Darlington site, where there are 4 currently operating reactors. SAS Power, Bruce Power, and folks in Alberta are also evaluating advanced reactors, particularly the GE design. And finally, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, which is the NRC's counterpart, has 10 reactors under review. In Europe, and this will be my last slide, without going into detail, a lot of other countries looking at nuclear power deployment, United Kingdom, Poland, Netherlands, all looking at different sizes and mixes, many of which will likely incorporate U.S. technologies. So I would anticipate a lot of cross-Atlantic engagement, particularly between the NRC and its counterpart in the UK and among other regulators. A lot of activity going forward, and certainly a very interesting time to be in nuclear energy. And with that, I thank you and stand down so you can ask me questions.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough. A lot of good information, so thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Commissioner Carr, you have a question? Okay, just a few, and some of them will be redundant, so bear with me. You mentioned that we shut down power plants in the U.S. Do you know how many have been shuttered?
Well, at the high end, we operated, I think it was 112 nuclear power plants in the United States. Some of those shuttered before I got to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and that was a result of just age, and some of them were older and not particularly efficient. When I left the NRC in 2007, we had 104 operating reactors. Today we have 94. So there were about 12 that shut down. Of course, we've added 2 as a result of the 2 new Vogtle sites. And I think most of those reactors were shut down principally because, given the state of the cost of natural gas, it was less expensive to put up a combined cycle plant than invest in the money and the people necessary to keep some of those plants operating. So various utilities made an economic decision that they were not going to extend the life of those units and went ahead and shut those down. As I mentioned, in 2 cases, the Palisades site and TMI Unit 1, because the economic circumstances have changed, they made a decision to go ahead and try to restart those. I think the other thing that has changed significantly is, and I know not everyone is in complete agreement, but there are a lot of, I think there are a number of companies, and the ones that I mentioned, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, they are very concerned about their carbon footprint. And so they are evaluating the different methods that they can use to achieve their clean energy goals. And they've come to the determination that nuclear has to be part of that mix.
Are they investing directly? I was at a conference and they were talking about the need for nuclear to provide their future with AI and other energy needs that they're going to have. Are they participating directly with funds on any of these construction, or just agreeing to purchase the power?
Yeah, and let me preface this answer by saying I'm my answer to this question is based on what I've read in the news, not on any insider information. So with that, my understanding is that Amazon is making a direct investment in X Energy as part of the project to build some of that generation. I think other of the projects, the sponsors, Google and others, may have made a commitment to pay above market rates for that power in order to go ahead and get it built. I think, you know, every company that's in this market is evaluating it differently. Some just simply want to sign power purchase agreements. Some want to buy it off the grid. Some want to do behind the meter options off the grid. There are some companies, industrial companies, that are evaluating building plants of their own and operating them on their own rather than having an existing utility do that. I think, you know, there are some very sophisticated chemical companies in particularly in the Gulf Coast area, and I don't think they're scared by nuclear power plants. They have some really sophisticated and complicated machinery and equipment that they operate. So I think it's really a mix. I think each company is evaluating this in its own way, and I think we'll see a variety of different flavors of where they'll come out.
China kind of beat us to the wind and solar production side. I think, you know, they produce the lion's share of that
Yeah.
generation. Obviously, they're on the move on this too. Do you think we'll catch up with them as far as the United States and selling our technology to other countries so our costs will come down here?
Yeah, I think right now, I think it's a mixed bag. China clearly is ahead of us when it comes to having nuclear power plants under construction. They have really sort of two buckets. They have their own indigenous design called the Hualong design, which is frankly it's a cousin of a pressurized water reactor that was designed by Westinghouse and got sold to several buyers down the line. They also are building the Westinghouse AP1000. They have 4 of those that are currently operating in China at sites called Sanmen and Haiyang. They recently just ordered another 4. I know they've got others under construction. They will certainly, I think, likely will build over a dozen of that particular design in China. So, you know, in that regard, they've got a lot more activity underway. They do have both a pebble bed reactor and a molten salt reactor that they are in the process of deploying. In fact, the pebble bed reactor, memory serves me, it's somewhere around 250 megawatts and is operating commercially, I believe. So in that regard, I think they do have a little bit of an edge. At the same time, I think the breadth of technologies available in the United States is much broader, and I think we've got a real opportunity to really change the direction. And if we can get the continued support of the federal government, public utility commissions, and the investment community, I think we are, you know, on our way toward moving out on a significant new build in the United States.
Just 2 more questions. The BWTX, you said they produce our aircraft carrier reactors or military reactors now?
Yes, BWXT. Yes. Mhm.
BWXT.
Yeah.
What size are those reactors? Do you know on the aircraft carriers? You said there were 2.
Well, I'm again a little rusty on that one. I believe that the aircraft carriers are 40 megawatts apiece. I think the submarine reactors are roughly 20 megawatts. Now, BWXT actually produces the vessels and large components for those in Indiana. The fuel is produced by BWXT at a site in Lynchburg, Virginia, and Irwin, Tennessee. So they are the sole supplier of fuel to the U.S. Naval reactor fleet, and that's been a very important product for them. But they've got a long track record. They've been doing that for a while.
Makes sense that they're building them, so I didn't know that, so thanks for bringing that up.
Yep.
That's all the questions I have, gentlemen. Commissioner Stamps?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you for your presentation. Again, I look forward to continuing to work with you and everyone else in this room to build this industry in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Stamps. Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, I have a few questions on your spreadsheet on the Advancement Act of 2023, on the reduction of the fees. How much did the reduction reduce time of the license?
Well, that particular provision on the fees, I don't think that will have any impact on the time it takes to review the license. That's really a function of, who pays for it. There are other provisions in the Advance Act, reduction of some of the reviews or efficiency in the reviews for the National Environmental Policy Act. That could certainly speed up licensing for combined operating licenses. It could speed up licensing of early site permits. It also incorporates the language that says that the agency must be efficient in its reviews. Congress, I think appropriately, in its oversight hearings, has really focused on the need for the agency to meet its safety mission, but to do it in a way that will not unnecessarily impede the ability of these designs to be licensed. So I think there certainly is room for improvement at the NRC, and I think the Advance Act, taken as a whole, all of the elements of that certainly should incentivize the NRC to continue reviewing these reactors to make sure they're safe, but do so in a short period of time.
The second question is, when it eliminates the foreign ownership requirement, does it take it to zero? Is there a percentage? Does the majority shareholder, does it still have to be U.S.? Or did they just eliminate it totally?
Yeah, it was eliminated totally. So currently, well, up until recently, a foreign utility or company could own 49.9% of a reactor. And there was a period of time when Electricité de France owned about half, almost half, of the ownership of a series of nuclear power plants here in the U.S. That they got out of that ownership for other reasons. But today you could have a foreign utility or other foreign company that could come in and buy the entire utility or the entire nuclear power plant under this change.
And can you give me a definition of the brownfield development?
I'd have to go back and look at the specific provisions in the Advance Act, but typically a brownfield development would be a former industrial site where some environmental contamination may have occurred, or locations where economically it's been difficult to redevelop an area, a former industrial area. And so what the provisions I think were really intended to do was to streamline the ability to get those sites teed up as potential locations for siting these plants and provide the economic development that would come along with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Thank you so much for your presentation, and hopefully Mississippi will be working with your firm to bring a nuclear plant here sooner rather
Well,
than
we'd be delighted to help. I have to say, really do appreciate your inviting me to come and present to you. Having been a politically appointed commissioner, I'm respectful of the government service you provide and the importance in protecting the interests of the people of the state of Mississippi. So I wish you well, and certainly look forward to engaging if that would be appropriate down the line.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for your presentation. Have a good day.
Cheers.
Wow, two very good presenters so far. We'll move on to the next one, our 11 o'clock. We're a little ahead of schedule. We're going to recognize Jim Smiley, Senior Manager, Advanced Nuclear Development, Grand Gulf Nuclear Station in Port Gibson, Mississippi. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Smiley.
Morning, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning, represent Entergy. A little bit about me. So I began my career with the Navy nuclear program, spent 15 years at our headquarters in DC. Joined Entergy in 2015, Entergy Nuclear, filled a variety of roles before taking on my current role as our advanced nuclear development team lead.
Good to have you, Mississippi.
Thank you. So you've got a lot of good information this morning. Mr. Honeywell, Mr. Merriweather gave you a lot of good info, provided a pretty good overview of the current landscape of advanced nuclear and nuclear at large. So my plan this morning, I'm going to talk a little bit about nuclear in general. I try not to duplicate much of what you've already heard. I'm going to talk a lot about Grand Gulf and the merits of Grand Gulf and why, we believe that nuclear is a strong part of our future in Mississippi and at Entergy. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing to prepare ourselves for new nuclear. So you've actually already heard a little bit about this report. This is the Pathways to Commercial Liftoff Advanced Nuclear. This is just an excerpt. You saw a different excerpt in the prior presentation. This is a really good resource for a lot of different reasons. It was just updated last month, provides an overview of again, the landscape of new nuclear, advanced nuclear, the economics, a lot of good economic data of how nuclear stacks up against other technologies and other generating sources. And also talks about the merits, many of which you've heard about already this morning. And just showing here, how nuclear stacks up as far as being clean, carbon-free, emission-free, firm, being it's online continuously or as near continuously as we can make it. Low land use. I mean, you heard Scott talk about how much land you would need for solar generation as opposed to power density nuclear. And transmission, bailed out. This just typically means where we have nuclear plants today or where we intend to put them, there's not a lot of extra transmission development that we need to go make it happen. And again, you've seen a lot of this already too. This is from the Nuclear Energy Institute. So I won't repeat again the statistics here. I will highlight the capacity factor, 93%, as far as the capacity factor of nuclear generating sources as of 2023, which puts it pretty high against other generating sources. So a little bit about Entergy and Entergy Nuclear. We have a fleet of 5 reactors, 2 in Arkansas, 2 in Louisiana, and 1 here in Mississippi, Grand Gulf. Our nuclear headquarters is also here in Mississippi, in Jackson. And we have just under 500 employees at nuclear headquarters supporting our fleet. We have, all told, we generate about 5,200 megawatts of electricity. And again, across the fleet, about 4,000 nuclear professionals supporting our nuclear fleet. Just some basics about nuclear power, and just that, I'm sure many of you have seen this, but in case you're not familiar with it, I figured to start here. Really, when we talk about nuclear power, nuclear is the heat source. So instead of burning coal, instead of burning gas, it's the heat source that we use to boil water, turn turbines, generate electricity. And this represents very simplistically what Grand Gulf is. It's a boiling water reactor, which means we generate heat in a reactor vessel, boil water, sent to the turbines. And that's a closed loop. There's no emissions or no releases from that cycle. And then you see a cooling cycle through a condenser. And what's not shown here is generally you think of nuclear, you think about the cooling towers, and you see clouds coming out of the top. It's just water vapor. It's water vapor that's used to cool the water so we can send it back to the reactor, heat it up again, and generate electricity. And again, we talked a little bit about this one this morning too. This is just, well, how do we make heat in a nuclear reaction? So it's neutrons. Uranium likes to catch neutrons, doesn't like to keep them. So when it catches a neutron, it tends to break the atom apart. In that fission process, when the atom breaks apart, that generates electricity, or that generates heat, which we then use to make steam and use to make electricity. So Grand Gulf. Grand Gulf was built in '82 and has been in operation since 1985. We have, I mentioned earlier, about 800 employees at Grand Gulf. Entergy, we own 90% of it. Cooperative Energy owns the other 10%. We obtained an early site permit for a new reactor back in 2007. I'll talk more about that in a few minutes when I talk about what our forward view is on nuclear. And we completed a power upgrade back in 2012, which actually increased the output of Grand Gulf. And right now, it's the largest single unit operating nuclear reactor in the country. And it's actually the 11th largest in the world. So the Grand Gulf is pretty significant. Total capacity, just over 1,400 megawatts that you see there. So you've heard again, we talk about reliability, we talk about capacity factor. Also talked about, these plants are aging, right? So this plant has been in service since 1985. It's currently licensed to operate to 2044, and we have an option to extend that another 20 years to get it up to an 80-year life. And we're working through evaluating, the subsequent extension. We've had to put in a lot of, effort, resources to maintain reliability, because you can imagine 40 years is a long time. Equipment wears out, and so listed here are a few of the projects that we've undertaken in recent years just to try to maintain reliability of the plant. So whether it's digital system upgrades like you see there, underground cable replacements, electronic grid interface monitoring. And you heard earlier too, the technology that exists today didn't exist when we built the plant back in the 80s. So upgrades, modifications, just to maintain equipment reliability has been a big focus. You can also imagine, the time it's been in service, we've also had turnover of workforce. So putting a lot of time and effort to try to maintain the proficiency and maintain the capability of the workforce. Now, as far as Grand Gulf specifically and the capacity factor, I just have some statistics here. 2021 was a noteworthy year, had multiple major storms, and Grand Gulf chugged right through, exceeded 94% capacity factor in 2021. If you ever go look year by year, the even number of years are the years that we refuel Grand Gulf, so it will be down for a period of time for refueling, so you'll see the capacity factor kind of go up and down, odd years, even years, but the odd years are typically around that 93% mark. So again, just another, maybe a little different perspective on, we talk about nuclear power being clean and efficient. So you think about one uranium pellet being the size of a pencil eraser, not very big. And then you start comparing that to other sources of power. So one pellet of uranium is 1 ton of coal, 149 gallons of oil, 17,000 cubic feet of natural gas. So this is one of the many reasons that we're pretty big on nuclear power and feel it's going to be a solution to power generating needs in the future. We also talk about safety, and again, we've talked about safety a little bit this morning. We use the phrase in here, defense in depth. And really what that means is it's not like a single thing that can cause a problem to basically create an issue with the plant. We have safety systems in place, multiple safety systems. We have highly trained operators. As I mentioned there, that operators, you go through 18 months of training just to get licensed to operate. At the end of that, they take a week-long exam administered by an outside group of individuals, and then they continuously retrain. We have a simulator on site for our operators to be able to go run through different scenarios and basically practice for any emergent issue that could come up. So we have a lot of measures in place to try to maintain the consistent, safe operation of our plants. So refueling, I mentioned once every 2 years, every 24 months, we have to refuel our plant. So when we refuel for nuclear, what that means is it doesn't actually mean we take all the fuel out and put all new fuel in. We actually replace it 1/3 at a time. If you look at that middle picture there, it's looking down into the reactor vessel, you'll see some shiny, and it separates it out from the dark. So the shiny are new fuel bundles that we've installed during one of our refueling evolutions. So that, and I'll continue kind of the trend here, or the topic. When we do our refueling, when we move fuel in and out of the reactor vessel, we have a pool. It's called the spent fuel pool, but we move new fuel in there before moving it into reactor, and we take old fuel out and put it in there. Again, you'll see some shiny sections where there's new fuel stored in the pool. And then we store it there, let it cool down, let the radioactivity decay away before we move it out to a more permanent storage location. Which gets me to this slide. So back in 2006, we began dry fuel storage at Grand Gulf. It was mentioned earlier, there is no permanent storage location for spent fuel in the U.S., so we maintain storage of all the spent fuel on site. And when we talk about dry fuel, so after the fuel sits in the spent fuel pool for a minimum of 3 years, we take it and move it into containers. And what you see there, it's one of the canisters, which is really it's a steel canister, which gets encased into a concrete canister, and that's where we store our fuel. It's drained of water, it's filled with inert gas, and I got a picture here on the next slide that'll show you what these look like when they're all buttoned up. But the other thing about these containers, and I'll jump over to the next one so you can see what they look like, highly engineered. If you can imagine a disaster or an intentional act, these are designed to withstand that. So, and they're designed to basically maintain storage of the fuel through however long it takes to keep them there. We are reimbursed for our dry fuel storage program through the Department of Energy because there is no permanent storage location. If there becomes a permanent storage location, these canisters will be transported to whatever that location is. A little bit about the benefits to Mississippi with Grand Gulf. So Mississippi, we have some of the lowest electricity rates in the country, and Grand Gulf is a large reason for that. And Grand Gulf certainly contributes to the diversity we have in fuel supply. As you can see in the table there, what our current mix is as of 2023. Grand Gulf also pays a lot of taxes, and there's some numbers there that did illustrate that point. We have an annual payroll of about $75 million, so a lot of good, solid jobs, a lot of employment opportunity, and I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a minute. And we also, Grand Gulf and Entergy at large is very active in the community. So these are some statistics here specific for Grand Gulf, how many hours in 2023, and how much monetary donations we've placed through our efforts, through our team. So talk about some of the opportunities. Lots of employment opportunities. Lots of employment opportunities with a wide range of fields. And I have another slide in a couple slides to illustrate more detail on that. We try to hire locally as much as possible, try to be very active in the communities to try to recruit and retain talent to the area. Also mentioned in the refueling outages, so when we shut down the plant to go do our refueling, the workforce on site essentially doubles. So, it's another employment opportunity that we bring folks in to help support those refueling outages. And also we have basically a population of contractors, just under 170, that we use for various maintenance and other support functions on site. So lots of jobs just at Grand Gulf alone. So talk about efforts we're trying to do locally within the community to try to again, recruit, develop, maintain talent. Just this week, we're hosting over 300 students for Nuclear Science Week at Grand Gulf. Last month, we had 51 high school teachers, basically educating them, hey, what do we do at Grand Gulf? What are the career opportunities? So they can help inform their students, teach their students what opportunities we have. We partnered with one of our contract groups, Dan Zimmerman. They do a lot of our maintenance work, hosting high school students at the station, again, to learn about what the opportunities are to try to promote STEM fields and trades. And we recently sponsored 5 high school interns to come in and, again, learn about employment opportunities at Grand Gulf. And this is just a little bit more about the types of jobs and the types in numbers and degrees required. Again, large numbers of different functions, large array of experience required, and so on. So I won't read all that to you, but lots of opportunity is the punchline there. Now, as far as our specifics, as far as what we're thinking about for the future. So I mentioned early site permit, and that name came up earlier in some of the discussions. So back in 2007, we worked through the regulatory process to essentially get a site screened for a new nuclear plant. For a variety of reasons, we chose not to do it back then, but we have it, Basically what it does is if we chose to pursue a new nuclear plant project today, it shortens the overall regulatory timeline because we've already done the characterization of the site. So the pictures you see there, the one on the left, that's basically the site boundary for Grand Gulf. And then the zoomed in view is the area that we have screened today for a potential new nuclear project. Like the other folks that you heard this morning, we are actively evaluating technologies. We are actively evaluating what the right fits would be for the right needs. And we believe there is a path there for new nuclear. The biggest thing for us is a new nuclear project, and it's not just for us, it's in general, expensive. We're talking multi-billion dollars. And when you look at our customers and the number of customers in Mississippi, we can't afford to have a multi-billion dollar mistake. And so we really need to make sure we're protecting the customer rates and we're not causing an issue in that regard. So from that standpoint, as of now, we're not inclined to be a first follower. Again, you've heard a lot of these new designs. There's a lot of great things that are being said about them, and I hope they're all true. But a lot of them today, they exist on paper. There are various forms of paper reactors, and from that standpoint, there is risk. That until they are built and operated and demonstrated themselves, you don't really know how it's going to play out. Now, we believe that a lot of those are going to play out. But again, money, time to get there. So from that standpoint, where we sit, we're not inclined to go run out ahead of the pack and take on that risk. But we do have industrial customers throughout our territory, and if the right partnership arrangement came along to help manage some of that risk, we're certainly open to those conversations. So we're preparing ourselves for the event that we have the right partnership that comes together. And it's partnership beyond just our industrial customers. It includes government, state, local, federal, commissioners. It's going to require a team to make one of these projects successful and to make it economically worthwhile. So that's, again, first and foremost in how we're approaching our view on new nuclear projects. And that covers what I had, but certainly open to any questions that you have this morning.
Thank you for your presentation. And I know all of us are very thankful to have Grand Gulf in Mississippi, and very supportive of what y'all do, and appreciate that that you're possibly looking towards expansion, maybe. So we'll help in any way we can there as well. Any questions?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, I appreciate you for being thorough and also being astute in everything you said. I look forward to continuing working with you to make Grand Gulf even better. What new technologies are adopted, I'm just excited to be a part of the process. Even with the technology we already have in place, we are already a leader in this industry, in this space, through Grand Gulf and our partnership. So from my standpoint, I just look forward to working to build that team that could bring Grand Gulf to the future. And so that's first. Secondly, how often do we practice the evacuation procedures at Grand Gulf with the other agencies that are around, maybe the local sheriff's department, police departments, and the state support in the event of a potential evacuation?
I don't know exactly how often we do it. I'll get you the answer back on that one.
Okay.
I mean, we do practice it, and we do run drills of various levels of complexity and impact. But as far as how often we actually bring in the big team and all the support functions, I'll get you an answer back on that one.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And again, I look forward to coming and participating. Anytime you have something, just let our office know. We'll definitely be participating and encourage you to help out.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Carr?
A couple questions. We're your byproduct, so to speak. How many years is that?
How many years?
Yeah, on your storage, on your fuel that's been used?
Yeah, so I'll answer it a couple of different ways. So as far as when we generate it, right, so every 2 years, we're taking out a third of this fuel, so that, that's that frequency of which we're generating the spent fuel that we have to go store. Then it sits in the pool for 3 years, and then really the storage there is indefinite. It's until there's a permanent solution a permanent storage location. But it's really the every 3 years is when we're generating that spent fuel, pulling it out of the reactor for storage.
So in one of those containers, that's one recycle.
It's a little bit more. So if you, the picture there, it was like 44. It was an array of 44, and that got us through the first 40 years of our operating life for the plant, and then some. So, so it's a little bit more. Each container contains a little bit more than what we pull out every 2-year cycle.
So my next question is, the steam that's coming out the top,
Yeah,
where's the water coming from?
we're pulling from wells on site, so it's really coming from the water table from the Mississippi River, and so we're using that water, using it to cool, and then sending it out the top as water vapor through the cooling tower.
And how much water are y'all using in a 24-hour period?
Yeah, it's in the. I'll get you an exact number. I don't want to give you the wrong number.
Millions of gallons?
It's in certainly the high hundreds of thousands of gallons. So.
Okay. So when you're boiling the water, you're creating steam, and that steam is what's turning the turbine, correct?
That's right. Yes.
Obviously, with Entergy played a pivotal role in AWS, and so obviously we're going to have, hopefully, with Amazon investing in Mississippi, we should have theoretically more that will want to come here. Obviously, hopefully that would help speed up the timeline for possibly that second site. Have y'all talked about what type of, I know it's possibly down the road, but would you look at it like an AP1000 there, an SMR, or what do you think Entergy would move on?
We're looking at all the above right now. What I tell you, so AP1000, it has the benefit of it's been built, it's operating. So from a risk standpoint, you got a lower risk profile. Mr. Honeywell talked about the GE SMR, which is basically, it's based on technology that exists today. So it's a smaller version of a boiling water reactor using GE technology. So those, when we talk about risk profile and what we would, what would be top of our list as far as, opportunities that we would explore, those are there. But we're tracking them all, from the light water reactors that you've heard about to the high temperature gas reactors to the molten salt reactors, because again, as been stated earlier, each of those designs has a different function. And so depending on what we need it for, if it's just for electricity, that's one thing. If it's for process heat for some other industrial customer, that maybe puts you in a different answer. So as of now, like I said, we're evaluating it all and trying to make sure that we're positioned to make the best decisions on what the right application is.
And you said that, did I hear you right, saying this is the largest capacity reactor in the country?
So single unit nuclear site, it's the largest in the country.
And what's the output again,
1,400 megawatts.
Yeah, it's an asset. We're great, like the Commissioner Carr and Commissioner, you have another question?
Yes, sir. Of the existing technologies that are already proven, that have a lower risk profile, which one of those technologies could be more easily adaptable than the new technologies?
So when we talk about existing technology, we're talking about the light water, the water-cooled reactors. Mm-hmm. In the U.S., there's really 4 of those right now. And so GE is one of them, and they're kind of ahead of the pack right now in the industry because they're working on their first project in Canada. NuScale is another one that was mentioned earlier.
Those are the SMRs you're talking about?
Yeah, these are SMRs, yeah, sorry, small modular reactors. And so NuScale is the second one, and they have some potential overseas projects they're working on. Holtec is working on their own design. And so we have a arrangement with them where we're learning about their design and evaluating that one. And then the fourth one is Westinghouse. So Westinghouse made the AP1000. They have a smaller version of their plant, AP300, that they're working through designing. So those are all, when I talk about basically different versions of technology that is in play and exists today in advanced space, those are the 4 players in the U.S. right now. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. Well, could we just build what we already have?
Well, that's another one, right? So on the
But build
surface,
it, but of course, build it better.
yeah, so on the surface, the answer should be yes. When you dig a little deeper, right, so we have to go back, so when was the last time we built, pick a design? And does the industrial base still exist to go build that design? You know, from all the different, there are lots of different components, lots of different suppliers that support these plants. So a lot of them, because we have not been active in the construction of new nuclear, that supply chain doesn't necessarily exist today, or does not produce the same things that it used to produce. So it's not as easy to say, hey, why don't we just build another Grand Gulf? Well, you can't necessarily do that. Just like if you picture the automobile example, right? If you want to name the car manufacturer and say, hey, I want the 1975 model of this particular car, can they just stamp one out for you? Probably not. So from that standpoint, it would be challenging. And that's really when you talk about the designs that exist today, and this is what the DOE liftoff report I mentioned earlier really talks about, is you really got to look at AP1000 because it was built recently. Now, we're not actively building them in the US right now, but China is building them. So there's opportunities there to basically ride the coattails and leverage recent experience with new technologies, you know, with advanced features. AP1000 is really kind of the name of the game in that realm.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I guess one of the other presenters mentioned the APR 1400. I guess that was built in Abu Dhabi. It's probably very similar to the AP 1000, I would guess. But.
And I don't know a whole lot about that one in particular.
Commissioner Carr?
I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Smiley, thank you so much for your presentation and your thoroughness. And like the other commissioner said, we're glad to have you all here, glad to have you here. And any way we can help, let us know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in 10 minutes, so 11:30.
Mr. Chairman,
Everybody,
everybody up.
that was on purpose, not. So now that everybody's awake, we'll move on to the next presenter. He's coming in via virtual. Next, we have Mike King with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We're glad to have you with us, and just start your presentation when you're ready. Thank you, Mr. King.
Great, and thank you, commissioners, for the invitation today. Happy to be here. It's an exciting time to be at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or the NRC, and so I understand you're very interested in NRC's role in any potential future nuclear development in Mississippi, and in particular our response to recent legislation called the Advance Act, which was signed into law about 3 months ago. Of course, everything around here tends to be an acronym, and of course, ADVANCES as well. It's Accelerating Deployment of Versatile Advanced Nuclear for Clean Energy Act.
Say that one more time.
Accelerating Deployment of Versatile Advanced Nuclear for Clean Energy Act. It's a mouthful, I know. But for any of you, or perhaps your constituents that are less familiar with what the NRC does, I'll just give you some brief highlights about what we do and what we're about. We're a mid-sized independent agency, and we're tasked. Our mission is to license and regulate the civilian use of nuclear materials. So all the operating nuclear power plants, decommissioned nuclear power plants, research reactors, fuel facilities, uranium conversion facilities, medical uses, and industrial uses of radioisotopes fall under our area of responsibility. Our budget is about $1 billion, just under $1 billion. We've got roughly 3,000 full-time employees at the agency. And we work primarily at 5 central locations. One, our headquarters here is in Rockville, Maryland, and then we have 4 regional offices that cover the United States. So that's a little bit about what the NRC is and what we do. A little bit about me before we dive in. Before I was given this assignment 2 months ago, my day job, so to speak, I had responsibility for the operating reactors in the U.S. So the 94 operating reactors, which were kind of mentioned earlier, the oversight and inspection programs, I was responsible for the program office for that, and all the licensing activities that go on to update existing licenses and for new license requests. There was a separate group that handles the new and advanced reactor group, which was one of my peers. But I'm primarily responsible for the operating reactors in the United States. So there's a lot going on. I also had responsibility, as mentioned earlier, the discussion about the AP1000s, which were constructed in Georgia. I had responsibility as the Vogel project office director for a while for that project. So I'm very familiar with what it took to get that across the regulatory hurdles to be built. Anyway, I want to just kind of briefly, familiarize you with the Advance Act, kind of some of the key areas that the Advance Act addresses, some of the key points of contact that we have for that, in our sort of approach to implementation. And we are still in fairly early days of implementation. In fact, we had our first kind of big public kickoff meeting last week. So if any of you or your constituents tied into that, some of these slides will look very familiar. Just wanted to introduce some of the team members. When we started this, we got the act kind of was signed into law. We put together a core team, and these are office director level officials at the agency, senior executives who kind of advise as a group kind of our response to the act. And then we have a group that kind of supports us behind the scenes, project management and communications. And this is the kind of core central group. And I'll describe to you further kind of how we've divvied up the act itself. In my compliments to Mr. Honeywell, Merrifield, and Smiley for anticipating all the talking points I was going to use on this slide, because they relieved me of that burden. I'll just mention that, as my predecessors earlier in the meeting today have discussed, the landscape has drastically changed in the past several years. I've been with the agency now 19 years. I started in our Region 2 office in Atlanta, Georgia. And around that time, mid-2000s, we were experiencing a potential renaissance in nuclear. And it ended up not materializing. The only real new nuclear developed was the AP1000s in Vogel. But we learned a lot of lessons about how we ramped up our organization to be ready for that, and some challenges for how we responded when the growth didn't materialize. And so we're factoring in those lessons as we approach this potential new renaissance of nuclear that's been discussed here. And over the years, we have demonstrated our ability to respond, as the environment has changed. For any of your constituents that may have been familiar with our reactor oversight process, the process we use for Grand Gulf and all the other operating reactors in the United States, we've made a significant revision to that, how we approached our oversight of operating reactors in the late 90s and early 2000s. And that was response to a changing external landscape. And today is no different. We've got a significant change in landscape for nuclear energy. As discussed earlier, a lot of increase in energy demands coming in new ways. Using process heat instead of just generating electricity is a new use for nuclear in the U.S. The significant growth in AI data center demand, and international focus on achieving our decarbonization goals, combined with improved public perception and support for nuclear, have really kind of changed the landscape significantly. And so, in response to our previous experience, we've put together as an agency something we call signposts and markers, where we look at data that indicates what potential futures may be, what workload may be facing the agency in the future. And all signs are indicating that our workload is going to increase substantially. We're seeing early indications of potentially 23 requests or more for license extension of existing plants, either subsequent or initial renewals by 2030, 25 or more power uprate requests, where you just make modifications to increase the power output of existing operating plants, amounting to over 2 gigawatts of generation capacity. We've already begun work at Palisades on their efforts to potentially recommission a plant that would previously started decommissioning efforts. And with Microsoft's recent announcement about 3 Mile Island, that's 2 plants. And those are both first of a kind activities, because we've never done that in the US. And as discussed earlier, there's been recent announcements of significant new development requests, and I won't repeat them here, but all signs are indicating growth. I think the latest estimate I've heard is by 2050, adding a potentially 200 additional gigawatts of nuclear generation capacity. And to help put your constituents put that in perspective, the 1,500 megawatts or so that Grand Gulf produces, you need about 74 of those large whitewater reactors spread out across the U.S. to account for that 200 gigawatts. And if you're dealing with small modular reactors or even micro-reactors, it's significantly more of those to do that. So it's a lot of potential work coming our way as the agency. So Congress recognized this and recently passed the Advance Act. There's a lot of history behind that act. It's been several years in the making. If you're interested in learning more about that, you go to congress.gov and search for S.870, Sierra 870, and you can learn all the history about it. But the big thing is it's unprecedented in the level of bipartisan support. As you can see on our slide, there's clearly a lot of congressional support for what's in the act, and the act has a lot of details in terms of direction to the NRC on things to do to ensure we are ready. And I'll talk to you a little bit about what some of those things are. Now, hitting some of the highlights, because the act is very long, but one of the things that is most particular interest particularly to a lot of our staff, is the act directs us to update our mission statement. Now, it doesn't impact our fundamental underlying safety and security mission. that remains the same, but it does emphasize the need for us to be efficient in how we accomplish that mission and ensure that we're not an unnecessary barrier to the benefits of new nuclear development. So we're working through those updates now. It introduces initiatives to ensure that we're efficient and timely and predictable in our licensing application reviews. It establishes expedited procedures for qualified new reactor license applications. So the discussions earlier about which potential designs might be good for Mississippi. What this might do would be if, for example, a decision was made to use an AP 1000 or something where we've already reviewed and approved it. This might be an expedited procedure. And so we were asked or directed to look for ways to streamline reviews of previously approved new reactor license applications. We're also asked to implement or directed to change how we recover fees. We discussed that briefly earlier, but in the case of advanced reactor applications and pre-application discussions with the agency, the lower hourly rate goes from roughly $300 an hour down to $150 an hour, which is significant, can be significant for those affected individuals. So we also are continuing our previous efforts to develop regulatory framework for fusion technology, assessing a licensing review process for new facilities at former fossil fuel plant sites and brownfield sites, similar to what we discussed earlier. Developing strategies for micro-reactors, which is our smallest category of advanced new nuclear reactors, and removing limitations for foreign ownership of certain type of license facilities, as we discussed earlier as well. Continuing to support our international collaboration. We do lots of international cooperation today. In fact, we've got a significant ongoing effort on SMR with Canada and the United Kingdom. We do significant support for Poland, as they recently announced that they're going to build some AP 1000s. And so that's an area where we're seeing significant increased interest as well. The Act has us do some new things with nuclear fuel, some new requirements associated with nuclear fuel, and including a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Energy, establishing a new nuclear energy traineeship sub-program to help us with our hiring challenges. And in particular, interest to a lot of staff is implementing additional pay and hiring authorities to address areas where we have been challenged getting the staff we need to be prepared to do the reviews that are ahead of us. So if you've had a chance to look at the Act, there is a lot in it. I just hit the highlights. But so far, pretty much every office at the agency, so nearly 26 of our offices are directly involved in some way, shape, or form with implementation so far. But what we did early on is we took the Act and we divided it up into bite-sized chunks of things that are discrete deliverables. And that's amounted to a total of 35 different taskings that we've assigned out. All of those taskings are being coordinated by the core team that I showed you earlier. And so our responsibility is making sure that we not only deliver the specific deliverables in the Act, but we also take additional actions that are consistent with the spirit of the Act. And so there's 16 individual actions that are definitely congressional deliverables associated with the Act, and there are a number that are derived from the Act that are 19 or so that aren't congressional deliverables but are directed by the Act. And as we started dividing these up, we recognized that some areas where the same team could address some of those taskings. And so currently we have 20 different project teams that are addressing those 35 different actions. And when I mentioned earlier that we are taking actions consistent with the spirit of the Act, I mean lasting and durable change that will push the agency to better incorporate risk insights, better prioritize our workload, and enhance the efficiencies in addition to specific requirements, including the Act. And I'm talking about things like enabling our project managers who do the work, the licensing work, to have the necessary training and tools to make them be able to manage those projects really efficiently and accurately. Things like that will help us broadly across the board, regardless of whether it's a new reactor application or an update or a modification to an existing license. And we're also looking for ways to take actions consistent with the spirit of the Act, without necessarily waiting to deliver a congressional report. We've taken a number of those actions. And through the public meetings and the other forums that we're having, we are soliciting all our stakeholders, including members of the public, to give us any ideas they have on things we could be doing, or to share insights or perspective on the different things in the Act and how, as we go about our implementation of it, things we should consider. So it's a significant effort affecting the vast majority of the agency. But as we've done in the past, we're confident we can rise to the occasion to be able to make sure we are even more prepared to do our role for the American public, to ensure that any new nuclear development is done safely and efficiently. So let's see. In these next few slides, I'm not going to go through them in detail, but they will be on our public website. And this, I'll just give you the kind of the basic structure in case you want to know more details. But basically, the horizontal colors across the page represent each of the 20 different project teams. And you can see some of those have multiple sub-bars that are going across, which are the individual taskings. So there's 20 different teams and several individual taskings. The timeline going across the top is fiscal year. So you can see there some of the acts are fairly near term. Some of the first deliverables are essentially, January of next year. And some of the deliverables are more long-term that don't occur until fiscal year 27, near the end of that. There's some colored dots on those bars, which indicate, where we know today there's going to be public meetings. We indicate on there, and when there's a congressional report or internal deadline, we've indicated on there. There are a couple of sections that aren't represented there because this issue, our efforts are still evolving. We got a couple of new taskers out that we haven't updated the slide yet with, but those will be updated and posted to our public website. So I won't go through these. I'll just, I wanted to explain the layout to you. And as we discussed during our public meeting last week, a key part of this is public stakeholder engagement. And so we wanted to ensure that the public knew how to contact any of the core team members, and for each of the project teams, who the lead was and how to contact them individually. And anticipating the importance of public engagement, we published a public website dedicated to the Advance Act. It went live on August 21st. In fact, that's how I got the invitation to attend this meeting. Mr. McNatt got in touch with me by submitting a request through the website. We also issued a Federal Register notice announcing that we will be conducting a series of public meetings all related to the Advance Act. We've had a number of them. Some of the individual 20 different teams. Some of them have already conducted meetings. There's a lot more to come. Not all of them are reflected in those detailed slides I gave you yet, but they will all be announced and available on the public website. In fact, where that arrow is near the bottom of the page, there's a link there for any upcoming meetings that have been announced. and you click on that, you can see all the meetings and get to the meeting materials and all of the previous meetings that have already occurred. You can click that link and get those. And then on the right-hand side at the bottom, there's a Contact Us page. And I've provided the QR code for both the website and the Contact Us page. But this is the way in which external stakeholders can give us ideas, give us feedback, ask questions. They can come to this website and there's a form. And if they want to be anonymous, they can be anonymous if they want. But this is our way for kind of keeping in touch. And we have already started to receive a number of requests through here, in addition to Mr. McNatt's request to be here today. So with that, happy to answer any questions you have.
King, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being with us, and yeah, thanks for giving Josh McNatt kudos. Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I look forward to picking your brain in the future.
Sure.
Commissioner Carr? Obviously, just a few quick questions. You know, the Advance Act should speed up the process. Obviously, that's what they want. NRC has gotten blamed for years about slowing down whether it's justified or not. You know, that people blame the NRC for slow walking things, and that's why we don't have as much nuclear as we do. But I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's kind of the prevailing thought. But the Advance Act is going to obviously provided some funding for projects as well as kind of help speeding up that process, correct?
Well, in terms of NRC, certainly it directs us to do some evaluations and look for ways we can do better and be smarter about how we conduct our mission. So the end result of that, it should be us, and it will be us looking for ways where we can, make sure that anywhere we are making a regulatory decision, we're spending our time and effort on things that are have the most safety significance, and avoiding time spending on things that don't, and making sure that our internal operations are run efficiently. Right, things aren't just sitting on people's desks unknowingly waiting for somebody else to take action, and that's where our focus on project management will be helpful there. The implications for the NRC and in terms of funding or anything else, that will have to be depend on ultimately after we respond to the act. Part of what we'll have to do is evaluate, hey, for us to implement some of these, here's the impact to our future budgets. As you're aware, we do our budgeting a couple years in advance. So we will have to evaluate what would be the impact of the budget to implement some of this, and make sure we, provide that to Congress and understand exactly what that is. But the end result, consistent with what we've done in the past, is we should be operating or doing our safety mission even more efficiently than we do today.
You mentioned Plant Vogtle. Obviously, it's the first nuclear power plant that the United States has built in quite some time. What's your analysis on why it took so long and kind of what happened there?
Well, there's a lesson learned project, or a public lessons learned document that the agency has produced, where we captured all of our lessons learned in terms of our oversight and licensing of the Part 52 process, which Vogtle was the first one to make it all the way through it. And there are a number of factors that contributed to the challenges they saw there, including challenges with the quality of vendors that supplied the products there, the key components that were necessary there. Even some challenges with key companies involved that resulted in bankruptcies and caused significant challenges. So, what I can share with you is there were from a regulator perspective, what we observed is significant rapid improvement in even the difference between Unit 3 and Unit 4 at Vogel in terms of Southern's ability to construct the facility. Unit 4 was constructed much more efficiently because they had the opportunity to learn the lessons from Unit 3. And so not only has the utility learned those lessons, but the agency has learned those lessons. And we're baking that in where we can, anticipating the potential workload in front of us. Our advanced reactor group, many of the Vogel project managers and other staff who worked on the Vogel project moved over to the advanced reactor group. So they're very familiar with the lessons we learned from Vogel. And as we're working on the advanced reactor construction oversight process, revising that, we're leveraging the lessons that we've learned from the AP1000 construction project heavily as we develop that program.
With that said, are any more AP1000s being built in the U.S. at this time, or do you know?
No, not currently.
Gentlemen? Commissioner Carr?
So how many licenses are on review?
Oh, I can follow up and give you the link to the advanced reactor website, but we're in various stages of application review, either pre-application or reviewing construction permits, design certs, with over 16 different entities at this point in time. But they're in various stages of review.
How many are in the brownfield site of those reviewed?
I think anywhere there's an existing nuclear power plant that I know of, so perhaps the SMRs being considered at Palisades would be considered either a brownfield site or co-located with the existing nuclear power plant. But I'd have to refer you to the advanced reactor group to know definitively. So don't take that for as the final answer.
We're gonna quote you on that.
One more question. How much
Sure.
involved is corporate America, Google, Amazon, Microsoft involved in this license?
Any new reactor development will have to go through, or necessarily will need to go through an NRC review. So all of the recent announcements by Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, as they develop their plans, they will engage the NRC on the details, the regulatory engagement for those plans. And so they will, whoever submits the licensing requests and the pre-application engagement, that's who we will engage with to ensure that those activities are done safely.
And another question, going back to the license, how many are foreign companies or foreign investors?
I have to get back with you on that.
Okay. That's all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Hearing none. Mr. King, thank you so much for your presentation, and thanks for serving the country at the NRC. I know that y'all were busy with renewals and stuff like that, but now you're going to be swamped with new construction, it sounds like. 74 AP1000s by 2050. That's exciting. That's a bright future. So, again,
Great. Well, happy to be here and inviting all of your constituents to stay plugged in and give us any feedback or ideas they may have on how we could effectively implement the act.
Sounds great. We'll post those links on our platforms. So I appreciate what you're doing, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Great. Happy to be here.
Okay, that brings us to lunch. So we'll adjourn for lunch break and be back at 1:30. we're back. I'm not gonna bang the gavel. I think everybody's awake enough, unless you want me to. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Thanks for coming back. We have with us, next we have the CEO, James Walker, and Chairman Jay Yu with Nano Nuclear Energy. They are experts or working on micro-reactors. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. So,
Okay, we don't hear you yet. Let's get you going.
oh, okay.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine.
Awesome, okay.
Okay, great.
Thank
So,
you so much for joining us, and look forward to your presentation.
No problem at all. So I'll just bring that up, and can everybody see that?
Yes, sir, we got it.
Terrific. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for jumping on this. I just like to run everybody a bit through the company, but I'll try and give a larger perspective of the industry in general as we run through the different things that we're working on as well, just so there's a better appreciation of what we're trying to do here. So the company itself it started as a micro-reactor company, and specifically a micro-reactor is classified as anything that outputs power beneath about 20 megawatts. And really a small modular reactor is classified as anything from 20 megawatts all the way up to, I think the biggest I've seen is 480 megawatts. But we went the micro-reactor route because we believed it was the larger market, the less competitive market, and the area with the fewer competitors. But since we did that, we actually branched out into a lot of different areas, and we were able to do that because there was sort of an atrophy of nuclear industry within the States. And it led to big capability gaps within the country that allowed us to build big businesses, big potential businesses in these different areas. So I'll try to run through all of those as well, just so you understand that what was missing within the country and what needs to be done to build back this capability so we can have micro-reactors and SMRs and nuclear power. So it's worth just giving a bit of background too about why it's a very unique time in nuclear. So one, for a start, the government is putting a lot of money into nuclear at the moment, and it's principally because with the war in Ukraine, the relationship with Russia got very badly damaged, and they were basically buying all of the nuclear material they needed for its military programs, submarines, aircraft carriers from Russia, and they were just downblending that material to meet its military needs, but they're also using it for civil purposes too. So the DOE this year has put billions of dollars back into, or in the form of RFPs for enrichment, deconversion, for fuel transportation, all these different areas. But for the first time, we're seeing the same enthusiasm coming from industry too. So you might have seen some things in the news from Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, all the big names in tech, and they're putting billions of dollars into nuclear now. And it's because the data centers and AI centers that they're building currently are so energy hungry. They're looking at gigawatts of power that they need. I mean, sometimes they talk about terawatts of power, which is kind of insane. But so I think it was Microsoft behind reopening the one of the closed 3 Mile Island reactors, and Amazon has partnered with Entergy, and Google has put a lot of money into small modular reactors too, because they're in a situation where they need high base load power. They need systems that don't have a large footprint and can be put anywhere they want. And unfortunately, they're in a situation where they have to invest in nuclear. They don't have a choice, because if they don't, their sophistication of their technology will plateau, because you cannot keep improving how clever AI models are without increasing the power that they draw from, and they are very energy intensive systems. And so while there's been all this momentum in the nuclear space, we obviously got started before there was this sort of resurgent interest. And we opted for the micro-reactors, as I mentioned earlier. And we did this because we saw that around the world, diesel generators occupied a very unique position where there was no competition for them in these remote locations. So we thought, actually, with a micro-reactor, because the costs of the remote diesel are so expensive, if we were to produce one of these things, we could beat out the costs of remote diesel and supply more consistent power for longer, without all the logistics associated with getting diesel to the middle of Alaska or the middle of Africa or island communities or anything like that. So we went the micro-reactor route, and we were targeting island communities, disaster relief areas, military bases, maritime vessels, mining projects, oil and gas projects. Essentially, there are hundreds of thousands of opportunities here, if not millions, because these actually will open up a lot of economic potential around the world, because there's a lot of resources out there which is just not economic to go for because of energy. And this can certainly make those resources economic. So as we began down this road, we brought on our first technical team from University of Berkeley, California. So the professors, engineers, and some scientists out of there. And we said, we need to build a system that can be transported by road or by rail or by ship and be put anywhere in the world. And we can't have a system that's bigger than an ISO container, because we can't be constructing things in the middle of Alaska or the middle of nowhere. It becomes very unfeasible to have big infrastructure and construction projects where these would need to deploy. We need to be able to bring in a reactor and put it down, and plug it into the microgrid, and just output power. And so the Berkeley team came up with the Zeus reactor, which removed the primary coolant completely. And that allowed for the complete simplification of a reactor system down to what can really only be the most simple technology nuclear reactor possible, because it's very few working parts in it. And this will enable us to manufacture, obviously, a lot of these things and get them to very austere conditions in the middle of nowhere very easily. And to de-risk the business too, we built a second technical team with professors and engineers out of the University of Cambridge. And their solution was to use already licensed fuels, very high TRL level products, and inexpensive components. So we could mass manufacture these to get economies of scale and have an easier licensing time, because this would be technology and components and materials and coolants that the regulator was very familiar with. So it was very focused around the practicality of actually getting a commercial product out to market. And I think we're pretty confident now that we're leading this race to get a commercial product out to market first. So as we were building these things out, we actually saw that some of the larger small modular reactor companies were having enormous difficulty with progressing. So take TerraPower as an example, backed by Bill Gates. They have a fantastic design, but they still, after raising $1 billion, almost had to shut down for 2 years because of fuel supply issues, because the fuel that they needed for their reactors was just not there. And because of this reliance on Russian material that the US was in, essentially industry had atrophied. There was no enrichment in the States. There was no deconversion. There was no fuel fabrication. And so when we were discussing this problem with the Department of Energy, they put us in touch with the national labs, and we formulated an idea to produce the US's only HALEU fuel fabrication facility to produce fuel for our own reactors and for the larger industry as well. But actually, since then, our plans have expanded quite a lot, and we've invested very heavily in novel enrichment technologies. So we'll be building those out. And we'll also be building the deconversion facilities alongside that. And because we took this initiative to try and combat the issues within the States, we were made part of the Department of Energy's HALEU consortium. We were a founding member of that because obviously we're part of the solution here to how this resurgent industry gets built. And there's other capability gaps emerged as we were progressing. And a big one, of course, was that we couldn't move commercial quantities of HALEU fuel around the country. This was also a wonderful business opportunity, and this was actually a problem that the Department of Energy had been working on. And they'd sponsored work at the national laboratory level at ORNL, INNL, and PNL to design a technology that could move commercial quantities of HALEU fuel. And we went out and bought the exclusive license to this tech because there were big budget cuts at DOE that stopped them progressing it any further. And so we took that technology and we actually brought it to our engineering firms, and we've expanded it massively since then, so it can move all different fuel types around the country. And this will obviously be very beneficial for everyone, because we want to be able to not just move our fuel, but move everyone's fuel. And since we founded this company, the former executives of UPS have come in to help us build the transportation company. around this technology. And there's, because there's this big resurgent interest in nuclear, we've been approached a lot for nuclear consultancy work, nuclear services support. And it's coming at a time when, there's not enough nuclear personnel to service all these different areas. So we'll be making some strategic acquisitions of other consultancy firms, but there's a lot of demand for design work, for expertise. And because obviously we started early, we've got some of the top class people in the world who are involved in the company that can farm out a lot of this experience and provide revenue for the company very early in its development. We've recently, Oak Ridge, Tennessee looked like it was becoming a bit of a hub for this resurgent interest because it was near ORNL. We bought out a big facility there and we moved personnel into one of these buildings, and we're turning the bottom floor into laboratories. And actually the enrichment company that we invested in, we moved them into the building too, so they could do more scientific experiments to advance their tech. And since then, big names like Orano have moved in as well, so they've probably boosted the value of this building quite substantially. And there's other fantastic avenues to success here as well, and the fact that because there's so much that needs to be done here, we've gone up and selectively developed certain key technologies we know everybody will need. So the ALIP one, which I'm highlighting here, is important because it's been very successful. It's a pump that moves advanced coolants around reactor systems without needing pumps. So it just does it electromagnetically. And we've had interest from 5 big SMR companies already that are very interested in this because it simplifies their design. It makes it smaller, so it's less costly. And this will be a revenue generating business for us too. And obviously we're still in the process of acquiring other key technologies we know the nuclear industry will need. And it's a very unique position because usually industry is a very competitive space, but because there's this sort of gold rush situation going in here, there's massive opportunities here to really grow a small company to be a big company in a very small space of time. And there's been obviously the nice thing about nuclear is that it's a very high bar to entry with a lot of high caliber people, and so there's a lot of synergy and partnerships and working together to ensure that we all win. And so the enrichment company Centrus, we've obviously made a partnership with them, and Curio reprocessing company to look at actually recovering some of our nuclear fuel, because the energy density of uranium is so great that you only burn up about 1% of the fuel over the lifetime of a reactor. So you can recover that 99% fuel, you've got another reactor. And we're even investing in AI technology to simplify the licensing process, because the US was the first nuclear energy power in the world. And as a consequence, it's got a regulator that's built up decades of bureaucracy. So it's been quite suffocating for the US, to be honest. And so navigating the complex mechanisms that are now in place with a regulator to navigate licensing easier is obviously can be made a lot easier with just some high-level software to facilitate that. And there's been expansion outside the country too. We've had enormous interest from abroad, like I mentioned, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand earlier because of its island communities. But similarly, in the continent of Africa, there are still large population centers that are completely removed from grid systems. And in Rwanda, I think 40% of the whole population was removed from grid systems. And it's just not feasible to get run transmission lines to these remote communities because they might be 1,000 here, 2,000 here. So they want a lot of micro-reactors, but they also want us to supply educational programs. And so we're going to start doing that already and providing consultancy businesses to international partners. And this might serve as a good template for the rest of Africa because it opens up enormous mineral wealth opportunities, desalination plants, vertical farms in remote locations, medical facilities, process heat for mining. All of these things get made possible by having this micro-reactor technology. So what we expect now in terms of our development schedule is we anticipate first revenues coming in the next few months through those consultancy businesses I mentioned. And then that'll be supplemented next by the transportation business, which could probably move both conventional fuels and advanced reactor fuels anywhere around the country, and there's a demand for that already. And then the big fuel supply chain business will come online, and whoever builds reactors will need this fuel. Like there's no doubt about it. Even though Centrus is the only licensed US company at the moment to enrich up to HALEU levels, it still needs to source LEU fuel. And actually at the moment, the US can't produce even that fuel to give to Centrus. And the capacity, at their full capacity, they're producing 1 SMR's worth of fuel a year. And it's just, if you're talking about building hundreds of these things, you're going to need massive capacity, massive fuel production. And so obviously we're coming in to support that big demand. And then finally the microreactors will come online. They would come online a lot sooner, but the licensing process is fairly long. And we've obviously incorporated that into our time estimation. So 2030, 2031, we should have that commercial product ready to go out to market. And they're simple devices that we can mass manufacture so we can ship them anywhere in the world in great numbers. And there's been a lot of support from some very important people. We had, because there are military applications to that, former retired General Wesley Clark has joined our board to assist us with the negotiations with not just the Army, but actually with the Air Force too, that have a mandate to be able to power their bases for 2 weeks and currently can't do that. And the big person that joined us very recently was the chairman of the Executive Advisory Board for the Federal and Defense Appropriations organization. And they bring us also those connections into that industry. And actually, one big one that came on recently was the former Department of Energy CFO. They're actually going to join us as well, and they will really assist with getting us more involved with Department of Energy funding and programs there, because there's a lot of support in place, and it's really the issue becomes like how you negotiate those arrangements with the Department of Energy, because they want to support it. We've had some very important people join us as well with regard processing fuel and fuel management, like the chief negotiator for the North Korean missile crisis, but also a policy director for fuel reprocessing. That was Dr. Robert Pilucci, who's also the former dean of Georgetown University. And finally, actually, Andrew Cuomo, who's the former governor of New York, actually joined our board because he actually decommissioned a nuclear power plant during his tenure, and regretted it enormously because there was the anticipation that you could shut down the plant and replace it by renewables. But they never got above 2 to 3% of the output of the nuclear power station that was shut down. And he was, he saw that nuclear could be a real solution. I think he's obviously in the running to be mayor of New York, and is looking at nuclear solutions for the city. And as well, he said that during Puerto Rico, he shipped a lot of diesel generators to try and facilitate the build back of those areas. But he sees actually with the micro-reactor systems, you would have a much more beneficial a much better suited energy source to build back, because the speed of building back a devastated community is only as fast as the energy you can draw down from. So we've got a lot of support for us, as well as a resurgent industry and a lot of different avenues of success. So anyway, hope that was interesting, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of that too. So.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Walker. I do have a few questions.
Sure.
You might have stated it, but what size are the units?
So these reactor units, the ones that go on the back of the truck and don't require any construction at the other end, they output about 5 megawatt thermal. So that converts to about 1.5 megawatt electric if you're powering housing. If you're powering remote industry, you would just want that thermal heat. So 5 megawatt thermal for like oil concentration at site, or powering oil and gas sites. Now we are working on obviously bigger systems, but those bigger systems will be more tailored towards the tech industry, because there's such a big demand there. But those systems will be like 100 megawatt thermal, much larger systems that I didn't really discuss here, because it's a branch we're branching off into now. But yeah, about 1.5 megawatt electric, 5 megawatt thermal for these smaller systems.
You mentioned that they're pretty simplistic. So how are they cooled?
How are they? What? Sorry.
How are they cooled? How's the
So,
cooling system work?
Yeah, so it does depend on the Odium reactor, which I believe will be the first reactor system that we deploy commercially. They use a solar salt, and so if you think about a conventional reactor system, they all typically use water, and they do that despite uranium being very hot because they use big pressurizers to keep the water from boiling over. Now, in a small system, you can't really do that because the pressurizers are huge. So you need a coolant that has a high boiling temperature. So if you use molten salts, solar salts, those kind of coolants, their boiling temperatures are like 400, 500, 600 degrees, depending on the type of coolant. So you don't need those type of pressurizers. So we're using a conventional fuel rod, same that you would find in a conventional reactor system, but enriched to a bit higher level. So the power density is greater in a smaller system. And then we're using those solar salt, molten salts to remove that heat to a secondary system that basically just the heat turns a turbine that produces the electricity. Or you just take the heat straight off and you use it in industrial processes.
How many are you in production yet? Have you built some?
No, so the first prototype, we've actually, we're in discussions, well, not in discussions, we've decided with the DOE Idaho where the reactor will be sited to produce the prototype. So we're now past the detailed design phase, all the modeling phases, and we're now doing test work. So irradiating materials, building rigs to simulate flow. And all we're doing now is model validation and design validation. So we have a final prototype design. And over the next 2 years, we'll build that prototype. And then during that time, we'll start the licensing process with the NRC. And we should, we've already started pre-licensing applications now with the regulators. So I think we're the only microreactor company that started that process. So which is what I said earlier, that I think we'll be the first microreactor to get company to get a commercial product out first.
What are your locations that you're looking at building them? Can you disclose that?
So Idaho, just because it's near the national labs for the prototype, but actually when it comes to the larger business of where these things will be mass manufactured, it could be anywhere. It could be Mississippi. It could be Tennessee. It could be North Carolina. There are certain places where it might be advantageous. But certainly being near expertise would be very useful, and being in jurisdictions that are obviously supportive of what we want to do. But certainly, I think for the prototype, it's likely to be near a national laboratory, like INL, Idaho National Laboratory, just because of the facilities and the expertise and they can supply and the support of the building and the maintaining of those reactor systems.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your presentation. And today has been wonderful. We have folks who've been in the industry a long time, and then we have emerging technologies like this one who are taking it to the next level. And I'm looking forward to seeing how we can implement all these throughout Mississippi.
Yeah, so look, me too. It's quite an exciting time in the industry because obviously there's this big interest and there's a lot of investment flowing into this space. But aside from that, it would be just good to have more domestic and sovereign security around our own energy. And it's a high baseload power that, and ultimately, the more energy is, the better quality of life everybody has because it underpins everything in our life. So obviously, it's great to make a successful business, but if you can raise the quality of life overall in the country, then even better. So,
one question I did, I'm sure you mentioned it. What's the maximum output that your systems can produce?
So these small reactors, I think you would only be looking at a maximum output of about 5 megawatt thermal, because if you get any bigger than that, then you sort of you exceed that sort of ISO container dimension, and then you need construction projects around the deployment site, and really in remote locations that becomes very expensive and unfeasible. You want a reactor to be able to go in and be put down and just plugged into a local microgrid. But for the tech industry, which is, obviously going to be a big user of nuclear, they need big systems, and that means big construction projects. So even though they're called small modular reactors, these things are going to be large, like 10 city blocks worth of space. And there's no limit on how big those things can be and how much power they can output. But the biggest small modular reactor I've seen is Rolls-Royce's modular reactor, and that's 480 megawatts. But TerraPower, Kairos, X-Energy, they're all kind of aiming within that 300 megawatt range. And we've also begun investing into the development of a small modular reactor too. And we're also looking at about 100 megawatt output. So it's really tailored around providing that power to industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have an estimated cost per unit for the 5 megawatt thermal? Do you have a target?
So I do, but I'm not allowed to share it exactly. But what I can say is that we know the price of remote diesel in a lot of locations. And just to give an example very quickly, when you speak to a community of about 800 people in a remote location, they spend about $10 million a year in diesel costs alone. So over the 15 to 20 year lifetime of a reactor, that's $150 to $200 million for a community of 800 people. We are a fraction of that in terms of what we would be selling the power for. So the lawyers wouldn't allow me to give a number out because, but we can very comfortably beat out those costs.
So they'll run 10 or 15 years without refueling, or is that you have to refuel them in between?
Yeah, so 15 to 20 years without needing to refuel. So once the reactor goes in, it's put down, and it runs for that amount of time without really needing much maintenance or servicing at all, and no refueling necessary. So it does reduce all of those logistical concerns around the daily importation of fuel that's necessary for a conventional generator.
I saw one place, it was a technology convention to where they actually put micro-reactors a mile down in the ground, let them run down there.
Yeah, there's some designs that they're looking at actually, like high temperature gas reactors. They do just drill a big hole in the ground and put them in the hole. And then you can really go up to any sort of power you want because the ground acts as the shielding. So there's a lot of innovative ideas. And this is technology we know works. We've been doing this since the 50s. And look, even in the US, there's 24 universities that have their own microreactors, and they had them in the 70s and 80s, but they were just never done commercially. It was a big missed opportunity that we get to do now. So,
wow, it is exciting. I'll echo what Commissioner Stamp said. It's exciting. We've had some people that have been in a long time, and then new. It's not new technology, but and what you're telling us is not super new. That there are micro reactors that have been there because we didn't know it. So it's exciting times to know that dream can be a reality. Hopefully, pretty soon.
Yeah, great.
Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, a couple things. How is when you decommission one? What's the process?
So when you're decommissioning one of these, when we first got started, the regulatory environment was very difficult. Different. And we had anticipated having to defuel at site. And so that was partly why we built the transportation business, so we could move our own fuel away. And so the process would look like something like initially it was go in there, defuel the reactor, and then leave the reactor stationary for about 6 months. And then after about 6 months, the reactor itself could just be scrapped. And the fuel would be moved to one of the interim storage facilities that's under construction in Texas or New Mexico. And they would just sort of take the fuel and put it into concrete, and that would be the end of it. But since then, actually, there's been enormous pressure on the regulator to reform a lot of the way it operates and its rules in place. And that's come from two places. It's come from the DOE, but it's also come from the DOD as well, because the DOD need to be able to move fueled and used reactors around the road systems for their own military bases. And that's necessitated a mandate from government. So you might have heard of the Advance Act that was issued to reform the regulator. And that means that they need the regulator to be able to allow for a fully fueled reactor to be moved by road, but also a spent reactor to be moved by road too. So it would make our lives a lot easier because you could just take the ISO container in, you could put it down, plug it in, and at the end of lifetime, 15, 20 years, whatever it was, you could pick that same system up without needing to defuel at site, and then move it to either our site where we would take the fuel out and then we would put it into storage, or you would just take it straight to New Mexico or Texas. And the interesting thing here is that previously the US did not allow for any reprocessing, which is why nuclear fuel just gets put into concrete. But that might actually change. And if they change it, then we could actually recover. There's huge amounts of nuclear fuel that could power the states for hundreds of years in spent fuel that currently exists. And if you were to actually allow for the reprocessing of spent fuel, we would reprocess it ourselves. So we would take it back to our site and we would take out that the good fuel, and that would leave a tiny, like golf ball sized amount of spent fuel that could be put into long-term storage. So it's actually, by the time we get there, and bear in mind, we won't have any spent fuel for like a couple decades. And at that point, it's very likely that those regulations will be in place and will be in an area that really facilitates how we manage reactors at the end of lifetime.
From a security standpoint, how do y'all handle your security when you're
So-
transporting it?
So the good part is that with a reactor, with a civilian reactor, is that no matter what you do with the fuel, you can't make it into a weapon. Like I think even when people talk about something like a dirty bomb as an example, you cannot blow up civil fuel. All you can do is basically call it a dirty bomb to scare people. But the device itself is not that dangerous. In fact, ironically, if you blow up a reactor, it becomes less dangerous because critical mass is when you take enough fuel and you combine it together to essentially excite itself so it produces heat. Now, if you blow it up, it actually separates and it can't produce enough reactivity to excite itself, and it can't produce that heat. So the security actually is already sort of inbuilt implicitly into a civil reactor because there's nothing you can do to make it dangerous. But with a micro-reactor in remote locations, it can very much depend. We will need at least 1 or 2 people who'll have to be at site at any one time. But if someone was to seize the reactor, I mean, they can't do anything with it. If you want to take the fuel plates out, you're going to need $1 billion chemical plant to recover the uranium from that. You need an enrichment facility, which is again a couple more $1 billion to enrich that facility. Then you would need to deconvert it, fabricate it, and then turn it into a weapon. I don't think the US government could do it. The US government couldn't take a micro-reactor and turn it into something like a weapon. So it's while there would be physical security to make sure, you know, no one's smashing it up with a bat for fun. The design and the civil fuel itself is just implicitly safe.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Any more questions?
Thank you for your time.
No problem. Thanks very much, everyone.
Mr. Walker, thank you for your time and your presentation, and we look forward to following your company, and we're open for business in Mississippi.
Okay, terrific. Okay, we'll be in touch.
Have a good day. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks so much. All right, bye.
Okay, moving right along, we're ahead of schedule, so we'll move on to Kurt Sorensen, Chief Technologist of Fiber Energy, Yellow Creek Nuclear Site in Tishomingo County, Mississippi.
Tishomingo County.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. It's an honor to be here today. I'm grateful particularly for the last-minute addition to the program. One moment. Appreciate everybody, particularly the support staff here helping me get this working. So a little bit about our company, Flybe Energy. We're based in Huntsville, Alabama. We were incorporated in 2011. I'm the president and chief technologist of the company. I'm also the founder. My background is I studied aerospace engineering at Georgia Tech and worked for NASA. That's what got me in Huntsville. Worked there for 10 years on advanced propulsion technology. And while I was there, I learned about this just amazing molten salt reactor technology I'm going to tell you about today, and why we're so excited about it, why we think y'all might be pretty excited about it too. While I was at NASA, I was encouraged to pursue more education in nuclear and got another master's degree in nuclear engineering from the University of Tennessee. And then, left government service. I worked for Teledyne Brown Engineering for a year as their chief nuclear technologist, and we sort of incubated Flybe Energy a little bit while they were there, so grateful to them. I have so much to tell you about that I wish I had hours, but I'm cognizant of the fact that it's afternoon and everybody's had a very long day, so I'll try to move speedily through this, but I'll also encourage further questions and any queries you might have that extend beyond this that I could then try to address. So please don't hesitate to do that. Let's see here. Am I doing something wrong here? We tried this at lunch.
It worked.
And it worked. But there's, we'll just go through it manually then, if you can just tap down to the next slide. I think you have to use the down arrow. Well, while we're working through that, I'm afraid I have some bad news, and this is the little bit of the bad news that I need to tell you about, which is things have really changed for nuclear in the last couple of years. And on the fourth slide here, I can tell you about it.
Click it manually.
Sure, we got all this to work at lunch, I promise, commissioners. There we go. Hallelujah. Same thing happened at a conference I was at recently to another guy, and now I'm that guy, so.
It's okay, we're good.
Okay, is there a laser pointer here too? Somewhere on here, maybe. The bottom like a trigger. All right, maybe not. Okay, so this slide was actually already shown by Mr. Honeywell earlier today. You see that natural gas prices have gone up in the past, but really got low and cheap for us in the 2010s. We had a little spike around the time of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but they have stabilized again. Oh, come on. Am I pushing the wrong button here? Left and right, I'm trying it. Really does not want to work the way I want it to. You getting it there? Okay. Show me your trick. I want to know the trick. Okay. I'm going to try it myself, see if it works. Okay, good, it worked. All right, so here's uranium prices over the last 25 years, and they were really going up in the 2000s. We thought we were going to build lots and lots of reactors. Mr. Honeywell remembers this era. We called it the nuclear renaissance, and prices rose in anticipation. But then something happened, and we backed off that ambitious new build. But then what really kind of happened in the 2010s was Japan shut down 50 reactors, and they stopped buying a lot of uranium, and they stopped buying a lot of separative work. And so we got a period of roughly 10 years of really affordable nuclear fuel because we were buying and everybody was selling, and it created what now appears to be kind of a bubble. And what's changed now is, as you can see from 2020 onward, there was already price increases, but again, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, things really went up. Now uranium prices have more than tripled, and the price of separative work has more than quadrupled. And what this has meant is that as recently as January 2020, you were able to imagine almost any kind of nuclear reactor, and its levelized cost of fuel, which is your levelized cost of electricity, just the fuel component of that, almost always beat Powder River Basin coal or Henry Hub natural gas. I mean, you almost couldn't do wrong in nuclear. You might have an expensive plant, but you were going to have cheap fuel. Okay, so here we are in the fall of 2024. Look what's happened. With the tripling of uranium prices and the quadrupling of separated work prices, now we've gone from a case where we can't lose to a case where we almost can't win. And what we're seeing along the x-axis is this is in a range of uranium enrichments all the way from natural clear up to this HALEU fuel. So almost everything we're looking at now in terms of enriched uranium, from natural uranium to enriched uranium, is coming in higher than fossil fuels. Now, you know, we can pay more, but this is not where we want to be. We would like to be in a place where nuclear fuel should be cheap. Plants aren't cheap, but the fuel should be cheap. Now the fuel's not even cheap, and the plants certainly are not cheap. So we've got a problem. We've got a real problem. And this leads to huge uncertainties as far as what should we do going forward. You know, what's the right strategy to take? If I'm looking at a flat curve here of options and all of them look bad, where do I go from here? And this is where it is time to start thinking quite a bit differently. And I'm going to tell you about some really different options today, things that you probably haven't heard of before that I think I'm convinced are the way forward. And at the heart of these is the use of thorium as a nuclear fuel. Thorium is about 3 times more common than uranium in the world. It's found just about everywhere. I think uranium is found just about everywhere. But by using thorium, we have the potential to use nuclear fuel at almost 200 times the fuel efficiency that we currently use uranium. It is not 200%, 200 times the fuel efficiency. We also have the potential to consume existing hazardous waste from our current era of nuclear operation in the process of moving towards a new opportunity through thorium and through what I'm going to tell you about, these liquid fluoride reactors, which are a kind of molten salt reactor. Now, to break any power plant, and certainly any nuclear reactor down to its absolute guts, you've got a thing that makes something hot, you got a thing that transfers whatever got hot to some other fluid, and then you got a thing that turns that hot fluid into electricity and discharges waste heat. I mean, this is a coal plant, this is a gas plant, this is a nuclear plant, this is a solar plant. I mean, this is all kinds of things. And choosing what that coolant is makes a huge difference in the success of what you're going to undertake. There are 4 basic classes of coolants. There's the water, there's the gas, there's salt, and then there's metal. And just about, I can't think of too many things that don't fall in this category, but these are your 4 coolants. And what you'd really like is you'd like something that could achieve high temperatures while also operating at low pressures. You want high temperatures because that's going to give you efficiency. Mm-hmm. The higher you can get in temperature, the more of that energy you will convert into electricity. The lower you go, I mean, this is just thermodynamics 101. You'd also like low pressure because that means you're not going to have to build big, heavy pressure vessels. Unfortunately, what we've got with water as a primary coolant is that it has to operate under very high pressure, and it doesn't really get very high in temperature. It's quite limited. Now, metal can go to a higher temperature, but it's still limited in pressure. I'm sorry, it's still limited in temperature. It can go low pressure and yet high temperature. Gas can go to very high temperatures, but it has to operate also at very high pressures. Salt is the only coolant we have that's going to go to very high temperatures while still operating at low pressures, and that's the really big advantage here. There's another amazing thing about salt, and that a particular kind of salt that I'm going to tell you about, and that's its thermal capacity. This is just, it sounds complicated, but this is just how much energy the stuff will drink up. And this is your basic yardstick of how big is your power plant. If you're dealing with a coolant that just can't suck up very much energy, you're going to have a lot of it, lots and lots of it. And unfortunately, that's where we are with gas. Gas takes a lot of material to get that energy up. Water's great on this. Water can drink up lots of energy per unit volume. This salt that I'm talking about, Flibe salt, this can drink up even more. And this is where our company gets its funny name, Flibe. So what is Flibe? Flibe's actually a thing. I think I have a picture of Flibe. This is pretty darn close, this Flynet. Here's a picture of Flibe. So Flibe is lithium fluoride and beryllium fluoride, two fluoride salts put together in a 2-to-1 ratio. The fancy name for this stuff is dilithium tetrafluorobarylate. So you could make the argument those are actually dilithium crystals there on the left, and you would not be incorrect. Yes, I am named Kirk too, so it gets worse. You know, I have to deal with that my whole life. But that's what melted Flibe looks like right there on the right. When you melt it, it's actually as clear as water. That Flibe happens to have a little bit of dissolved nuclear fuel in it, a little bit of uranium that gives it just a little bit of a bluish-greenish cast to it there. So the chemists at Oak Ridge National Laboratory a million years ago mercifully renamed this complicated atomic symbol into a word that we can say, Flibe. So that's where we get this funny name from. So they actually went and fabricated a reactor at Oak Ridge made out of Flibe fuel, using graphite as a moderator, using a structural alloy, and this is a picture of it right here in the middle. It was called the Molten Salt Reactor Experiment, and it ran successfully for 4 years. And they operated this reactor in a state of chemical equilibrium. And here's why I think elected officials should be really, really excited about that. Because when you run a reactor in a state of chemical equilibrium, it means there's nothing to let go. There's nothing to go wrong. There's no reaction to happen. There's no pressure release. There's nothing naughty to take place. And that, as an engineer, I can tell you, is just the way you want to run things. You want the marble to be at the bottom of the bowl. You know, you don't want some kind of excursion. So we figured out how to do this back in the 60s. We still don't run reactors today in chemical equilibrium. Fortunately, our water-cooled reactors today do not operate this way. We can't operate them this way, but they figured out how to do it way back when. By operating with liquid fuel, you have the potential to do something just amazing that we can't do with solid fuel, and that is if everything goes wrong, if everybody gets up and walks away, if the rapture happens and carries away the whole town, the reactor is kept operating by circulating that Flibe salt through the core, which is kind of here represented as that yellow fluid. And just like you might plug a bathtub, we keep the reactor plugged at the bottom with a plug of frozen salt, and then we actively keep that going. We use a fan or some kind of cooling system. So the idea is if you lose all that, then that plug's going to melt, and that fuel is just going to drain out into a tank, a drain tank we call it, where it will just be passively cooled indefinitely there. So this is the only reactor design where the fuel can move from the reactor core into an emergency position all by itself without any intervention. As long as gravity's around, this is going to happen. And even in a case of severe reactor damage, this is still going to take place. So very, very safe. I'd love to tell you I invented all this stuff, gentlemen, but this was all invented long before I was even born. I will tell you I've been pretty instrumental in waking people up about it, though, and helping them realize again that this is a great idea. So within the reactor, we want to orient it. It was earlier talked about the fast neutron damage on the reactor vessel. That's true, but there are ways to go and orient these Flibe salts so as to make sure that you're putting absorptive material between the busy part of the reactor, the active core, and the reactor vessel, and this is going to protect the reactor vessel for a long time from neutron damage. That's a very big deal. This is an artist's image of what we imagine our reactor facility to look like. And within that building would be 4 250 megawatt electric units. So altogether, that would be about a gigawatt of generation capacity. And you can see these are very, very compact designs. In fact, there's still quite a bit of room even in that building in this scenario. Key to the success of this is the use of thorium as a fuel. And I have a video that I'd like to play for you here. We're going to tempt fate by, here we go. Okay, so I was mentioning we've got these molten salt reactor concepts, and we want to run them on thorium as a nuclear fuel. I mentioned just a moment ago that they're going to have two fluids. the fuel salt, the flibe salt, and also that protective blanket salt that wraps around it and shields the reactor vessel from neutrons. And that both of these work together in order to realize the energy possibility of thorium. And liquid fuel is contrasted with the solid nuclear fuel we use today. We think that if we can use this thorium properly in this reactor, we can create essentially an endless supply of new fuel. Let me walk you through how this works. We call it the thorium fuel cycle. At the moment of fission, a neutron, at least one neutron is released that is going to go and it's going to be absorbed in an atom of thorium. And it's going to set off a process of transformation where that thorium then decays to an atom of protactinium and later decays to an atom of uranium. And that uranium is a special material that can sustain a nuclear reaction, and thus it can continue fissioning and through this process continue the generation of electricity, feeding the reactor thorium and generating more and more fission as that thorium is transformed into new nuclear fuel. So this is the overall idea of how it works. To understand this more closely, let me zoom in a little bit on this uranium. So what makes uranium uranium is that it has 92 protons. In this case, it has 141 neutrons, and that gives us an atomic mass of 233. There are two different isotopes of uranium that have a very special property. They are called fissile isotopes. That means they can undergo nuclear fission. One of those is natural, and one of those we can create. Uranium is surrounded by electrons, and the four outermost electrons of uranium can be shared with other atoms, in this case, sharing them with 4 atoms of fluorine. We would call this material uranium tetrafluoride. Tetra means 4, and so we would have 4 fluoride ions bound to this uranium atom. And fluoride is a compound that sounds weird, but you probably brushed your teeth this morning with an analogous compound called sodium fluoride. So not that weird. But when uranium is struck by a slowed down neutron, it sets up a process of change where it can fission and release 2 or 3 more neutrons and an enormous amount of energy, as well as 2 fission products from that fission reaction. So we're going to follow one of those neutrons. It was asked earlier about fast neutrons and slow neutrons. So when a neutron is first born from fission, man, it's really cooking. It's going fast. And it's probably not going to cause another nuclear reaction until we slow it down. We call that slowing down process moderation, and we do this in graphite. And what happens is that neutron just sort of bangs around in there and loses energy and slows down. Once it's slowed down, much more likely to cause another fission reaction, releasing those neutrons. So we need one of those neutrons to find another fissile atom of uranium, keep the process going. But let's follow the other neutron and see what we want it to do. We want it to go and find an atom of thorium. Now, thorium has got, it's not nuclear fuel yet. It's going to be turned into nuclear fuel. But natural thorium consists of 90 protons and 142 neutrons, giving it an atomic mass of 232. That's why we call it thorium-232. But when it absorbs that neutron, now instead of having 142 neutrons, it has 143, and it has an atomic mass of 233. So it's another isotope of thorium. This isotope of thorium, though, only lasts about 30 minutes before one of those neutrons decays into a proton and emits an electron, and we call that process beta decay. And once that takes place, instead of having 90 protons, it has 91, and it loses one of those neutrons, still has the same atomic mass, and it's not thorium anymore. It's a new element called protactinium, in this case, protactinium-233. And once it's protactinium, it's chemically distinct from the thorium that's in the salt. And what that means is we could actually go and extract it from the salt. We really have an incentive to do it because it's going to take about a month for that protactinium to decay into the form of uranium we want, and we really don't want it to absorb any more neutrons during that month. So we'd like to get it sort of out of that swarm of neutrons in the reactor, and we're going to do this by using a simple electrolytic cell. It's not like a battery. We put a very modest voltage on a circuit with an electrode and another electrode, and we can drive metallic thorium off that electrode into the salt while driving that protactinium into the other liquid electrode. And through this process, we can refuel the reactor constantly while transferring that protactinium to a fuel salt carrier. We're going to let it sit in storage for a couple of months. We're going to let all of that protactinium decay away into uranium. All those little dudes are going to flip. And then we're ready to go and put it back into the reactor and refuel the reactor. And by so doing this process, we can keep that new fuel we've made from thorium in the reactor and keep the thorium fuel cycle going essentially indefinitely. And this is going to make a big difference in our ability to use nuclear fuels. I said that 200 times improvement, but uranium-233 is really the key to that. And we don't have hardly any of this stuff. We really need a lot more of this. And this is going to play into some of the other things that I'm going to tell you about. If you could go back to the slides now. You can just X that window out. Okay. So now I get to the sort of the Mississippi fun part. We needed a site to look into building our reactors, both big and small. And when I was working at NASA, I was on assignment at one point to the Army Space and Missile Defense Command, and we were doing a satellite experiment out at the Yellow Creek site in Tishomingo County. And I one day drove down the road and I found a nuclear reactor. And I was just amazed to find out, once upon a time, TVA was building a pair of big nuclear reactors out in Tishomingo County. And these guys were going to generate 2,800 megawatts of electrical power. And to put that in perspective, if this site had been built out, this would have been the fourth most powerful nuclear site in the entire United States today. So this would have been a very big deal. A lot of work was done. Billions and billions of dollars were put into this site. But along with many other TVA reactors, it was canceled in the early 1980s. Mr. Honeywell talked about the debt limit and a lot of the challenges that they had in the early 1980s. Ironically, the same design was actually built out in Arizona as the Palo Verde plant. So these reactors in Arizona are copies of the ones that were going to be built at Yellow Creek. And as we earlier talked about, that same design was passed on to the Koreans and later built in Abu Dhabi as the Baraka reactor. So there's a straight line that goes right back to Mississippi from Abu Dhabi, interestingly. This is what the site looks like this was about 2017. There's the turbine building for Unit 1, and there's the remnants of Reactor 1, kind of there at the lower part of the screen, remnants of the cooling tower. NASA took the site over in the late 1980s and was going to build solid rocket boosters there. But then that was canceled in the early 1990s. And so the folks in Iuka are, when we went there and we said, we'd like to build a nuclear reactor here, they said, it's about time. They said, we've been waiting a long time for somebody to finish what got started here a long time ago. And we've heard people say, we want to do this and we want to do that. And we're about ready for something to happen. So, we're sensitive to the desires of the community there, and I know they want to see things go quickly, but we went out there and we basically talked with the Board of Supervisors and said, would you let us lease the site? Would you let us lease the nuclear relevant portions of the site? And after some negotiating, they did. So we've had the site under lease now for about 5 years. And we've put probably $250,000 into site improvements there. And we'd welcome any of you to come there and see what we've done and see what we'd like to do. We think this is one of the very best nuclear sites in the United States, to say nothing just to the state itself. I've examined lots and lots of nuclear sites, and I really think Yellow Creek has an awful lot going for it. Just to put Yellow Creek kind of in perspective, the river connects the TVA sites to one another, and you see that Yellow Creek is there, right there in the very uppermost corner of the state of Mississippi, but still very much in Mississippi. Sometimes people forget that one of Mississippi's borders actually is the Tennessee River. So there it is, that little tiny piece. But this is a really amazing site because the other thing that happens right there is that's where the Tennessee-Tom Bigby waterway forks off of the Tennessee River, giving the Tennessee River kind of a unique backdoor to the Gulf of Mexico through Mobile. And y'all probably remember a few years ago when the bridge in Memphis, there was a crack in it, and they were stopping traffic on the river in both ways. And that was the only way to get up the Mississippi, was to go up the Tenn-Tom and to reconnect through the Ohio. So that was a fascinating moment a moment when we had to use the back door to our entire inland waterway network through that location there in Tishomingo County. So we see an obvious riverine advantage there to using the Yellow Creek site, not only to making power there, but also to talking about, could this be a very good manufacturing site? Could this be a place where we produce reactors that could be mobile, that could be put onto ships, put onto barges, Some of our investors in our company are from the commercial shipping industry. They are intensely interested in a carbon-free alternative to power shipping. And most of the other options simply don't work for them. So we see this site as not only a power generation site, but potentially a production site, a manufacturing site for really, really advanced technology. And we're very, very excited about it. But obviously, there's a long way to go with that. Let me talk a little bit about your existing site. And this was covered very well by the gentleman from Entergy earlier today. You can see it's pretty far away from that corner of the state. But this is where you have the single largest nuclear power plant in the entire country. And it's been operating for about 40 years, providing reliable energy, but it's also accumulated a non-trivial amount of spent nuclear fuel during that time. And that spent nuclear fuel, the vast majority of which is material that we could recycle, but right now is considered a waste and does not have a disposition option. We think that this molten salt technology is the way forward because instead of fabricating these very, very elaborate, I mean, I'm a mechanical engineer. I think this is a beautiful thing to look at a fuel assembly. But when you're a chemical engineer and you go, I got to go chop it up now and dissolve it, then you're like, oh, darn, like destroying a Swiss watch. But when we make nuclear fuel today, we actually take our oxide fuel and we go through a fluoride stage. We have to in order to enrich nuclear fuel. We have to turn uranium dioxide into uranium hexafluoride in order to enrich it. So it's not weird to talk about fluoride compounds of uranium. In fact, every speck of uranium we use in today's nuclear reactors has been fluoride at some point in order to be prepared to be nuclear fuel. What we're talking about, I think, is actually more normal, which is to say, what if we got it into fluoride form and then used it as a fluoride form? And this is what we're proposing to do with this spent nuclear fuel, is to go and fluorinate it, to turn it from ceramic material, from solid pellets, into a liquid molten salt, a fluoride, and then to be able to use some of those same technologies that I showed you in the video, those electric separations, to get the good stuff out and to put the bad stuff kind of into a form where it's ready to be disposed. And by doing that, you can reduce the volume of the stuff you need to throw away by about a factor of 30. I mean, it's a humongous improvement. And you can recycle over 90% of what's there because most of it is very, very useful material. So this is exciting. This is something that we want to use in order to help start our reactors. Could we build a reactor facility, potentially at Yellow Creek, that could go and take spent fuel, potentially from Grand Gulf, and turn it into new nuclear fuel, and to then make electricity there, generating electricity not only for the needs of northern Mississippi, but perhaps for southern Tennessee as well, maybe even reaching over to Memphis. I know I'm probably getting into TVA's territory here, Mr. Honeywell, but I mean, this to me seems like a very, very compelling option. If you look at this graph, this is showing where our coal plants are, and it's almost a map of our river network. You see there's just an intense amount of coal that has been along the Ohio River and the Mississippi River. And many of these plants have now been shut down. And there is a need to repower our country after having these coal plants be shut down. Why were they on the river? Well, they were on the river because you could get coal there very inexpensively by barge. You can't do this with natural gas, by the way. This is pretty neat that you can do it with a barge. So you can move a lot of material very inexpensively on this river network. You can also take advantage of the river for cooling the plants. So it's no surprise that we found these coal plants on the river. But what if we could build mobile molten salt reactors, perhaps on a barge, that could go to these sites and produce that same kind of power and repower these coal sites? What if we could see a repowering not only along the Tennessee River, but along the Tennessee-Tombigbee Waterway, along the Mississippi, along many of these sites? This is a big stretch vision we have. But again, it's congruent with a number of our investors' desires to see us getting into mobile power solutions, solutions for commercial shipping, solutions for offshore oil platforms, which we've recently been turned on to has a great big need for reliable power. And so we see a very, very exciting future, and we think that this site in Mississippi is an extremely logical place to go and make this happen. So in conclusion, we believe this technology is going to be the dominant energy source by the end of the 21st century, that we are going to be running the world on thorium. And this may be one of the most important economic and technological developments of this century. And probably, if we can do this, it's going to go a lot further beyond that. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very thorough explanation. I appreciate it. Welcome to Mississippi.
Thank you.
You said y'all have had it leased for 5 years?
Yeah. We've had the site under lease for 5 years.
Yeah, Mr. McNatt, being from Tishomingo County, I know I'm close enough, and so everybody's always, what's going into Yellow Creek? What's going into Yellow Creek? So it would be nice to kind of come full circle and have a nuclear facility there.
I think so too.
Commissioners, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm excited to be in this moment right now to learn this. I'm gonna ask our staff if we can plan a tour with Representative Bubba Carpenter up there in Tishomingo County, and just to take a look at it to get a deeper understanding, to lift everything you said off paper and put it in so we can understand a little
Yeah,
better.
I've met with Bubba. He's been out to our site before.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah,
What I've learned in Tishomingo County is everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
I'll do something out at the site, and by the time I get to the Walmart, they'll be like, "So I heard you're out there today." I'm
Yeah.
like, "Oh my gosh."
Commissioner Stamps and I both served with Bubba in the legislature, so we know Bubba well.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr?
There's no environmental issues?
No,
Zero.
I can't think of any.
So the NRC wouldn't be involved in this?
Oh, the NRC is always involved.
Okay,
in
gotcha.
the licensing of nuclear reactors. But just to give you a little bit of background on how I started with this, when I was at NASA, we were trying to imagine how we would power a Mars base or a moon base. And this is back when I thought I was going to get to go, and I thought, what could we do? What kind of nuclear reactor could we build that was so safe that not only would you live on top of it, you'd have to live on top of it. And if it turned off, you were going to die within hours. So it wasn't like you're going to turn it off and run the other way. If it turns off, you're going to die. And I couldn't think of any nuclear technology that I kind of felt rose to that level until I learned about this molten salt reactor technology. And then I thought, this is a reactor I'd live on top of. I would be that confident in its ability to take care of me.
So how old is this technology again?
This technology was originally invented in the 1950s, and it was demonstrated in the 1960s. Then it got canceled, and I spent 10 years trying to uncover why, and I wrote my master's thesis for the University of Tennessee around this issue, and I can give you a 10-hour answer, or I can give you the 5-second answer.
I want the 5 seconds.
All right, we'll do the 5-second answer. The 5-second answer is it really wasn't compatible with our nuclear weapons ambitions and our nuclear weapons industry, and so it got shelved.
How small can you go?
We think that we could probably build a reactor as small as 10 megawatts. I mean, you can build it as small as you want. It's just not going to get any physically smaller. You could build a 1-watt reactor if you want, but it's still going to be pretty big. But in terms of at what size does it stop getting any physically smaller? Probably about 10 or 5 megawatts, that size. But we would love to have you come to Yellow Creek. We would love for that. And let's talk and show you what's there and what we think could be.
Definitely worth piloting.
Yeah.
It's
Just
exciting.
for education purposes with our institutions, we could take some of our university systems and do a test just to pilot it, not adopt it, but just pilot it. And that's
Absolutely.
definitely something that should be funded.
Mississippi doesn't have a university research reactor anywhere, and I've thought for a long time that this would make an excellent site for, Ole Miss to be able to have that kind of capability.
And you're proving I'm a genius. It's a late day joke, y'all. Y'all can laugh by now, right?
Who's your investors?
One of them's a baseball player.
What's that?
One of them's a baseball player.
That's a start.
Yeah.
Any other
You
questions?
got me off. That's new to me. That's new to me.
And that, my friends, is the first. Because this guy reads everything. I thought I read everything. All he does is read.
So send us some material and he'll read it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your presentation. Like Commissioner Stamp said, we'd love to come up and see what you're doing and hear more. And we're serious. Any kind of papers or any.
Can I get that through Mr. McNatt? Would that
Yeah,
be the right
if
way
you
to-
will, and
Okay.
he'll distribute it to all three of us. And yeah, anything like that, we'd love to learn more and visit the site.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Well, that was our last presenter for the day. I don't know about everybody else, but that was very enlightening. We learned a lot today, and we had a lot of new technology, like the last one, and a lot of old technology. The good part of it is that finally, I think our country is on the right path, and we want to get Mississippi on that path to where we already have nuclear in the state. It's exciting to know that Entergy may be looking to expand. And then we have opportunities like this and maybe even some micro-reactors and SMRs. But that our focus has been, since we started, that we want reliable, inexpensive power. We know that Mississippians need that. It's an economic engine. I think Commissioner Stamps and Commissioner Carr both have said that it's our economic engine that makes it to where people will locate to Mississippi because we have reliable, inexpensive power. And so if we're successful in this with our partners, then Mississippi will be safe for a long time, and our kids and grandkids will look back and say, job well done to this group. And it's going to be a Herculean effort for everybody to join together with the governor, legislature, and us, and everybody else to try to make sure Mississippi stays on the right path and not take the path of Germany and California and some other places that have, in my opinion, fumbled the ball. Commissioner Stamps?
First, I want to say thanks to everybody for participating. Thanks to the whole staff for putting this together. And thanks to Mr. Chairman for having the vision for all these summits, but specifically this one. This was a home run. Very commendable, and I look forward to following your leadership.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Carr?
Again, thank y'all for educating me for one. My dad had a saying, he says, son, you don't have to know everything. You just got to know those people that know everything. And we had a room full of them today. And I thank my fellow commissioners for being receptive to y'all's knowledge and wisdom. And the Bible says where there's a multitude of counsel, there's much wisdom. And there was much wisdom here today that was given to us freely. And it's our job as commissioners and our state legislators and our elected officials to take this wisdom and use it wisely for our citizens. As Commissioner Brown said, it's our job. What I want to do is look back 10 or 15 years from now before I go home and my grandchildren say, good job, Pawpaw, good job. And that's our job. And that's what we want to do for our children. We want to bring Mississippi to the top as far as energy. We want us to be a powerhouse of the world, if possible. And we take correction very well. So we're very humble. And if you see something we're doing wrong, please let us know. You have our phone numbers. And we're available 24/7. And again, thank y'all.
Well, I'll say one last. Oh, yes, sir.
Before you close out, Mr. Chairman, I just ask that, everybody who helped put this together, I'm sure Rachel is going to, I'm sure Ms. Ring will put something together to encapsulate what we've done. But even the professionals encapsulate a little bit of what we've done so that we can send a good product over to the legislature so they can educate themselves by either looking at the video or looking at a snapshot of a, 3 or 5 minute snippet of each one of the presenters' information. So they can at least watch a video or read a brochure. I'm more leaning towards both, not just a PDF or something like that, but just some kind of way to encapsulate what we've learned today in 5-minute recaps of each presenter to send over so that they can watch the video. It's easier for them to watch a video than to just read everything. So I'd appreciate if we could do that.
I echo my colleagues' remarks. And I want to be just openly say I'm thankful for my colleagues We came in this together to try to turn a page and try to work for the people of Mississippi and make the Public Service Commission work the way it should. It's no slight on the former ones. It's just the way we want to do it. We wanted to dig in, we wanted to get to work, and we wanted to come up with solutions. So our offices, when we took office, we started getting calls about different things. So that prompted us to have a series of summits. So we needed to learn, and like Commissioner Carr said, with a multitude of counselors, there's wisdom. And so that's what we endeavored to do. And I think we've achieved that thus far. I'm thankful every day for the team. You know, it's not one person. Our collective staffs get along. We get along. We're one unified voice for a one Mississippi. It's not north versus central versus south. We're one Mississippi, and we sink or swim together. And so I'm glad that that's the spirit of this Public Service Commission, and our commitment is to continue to work hard in conjunction with our staffs and to try to make Mississippi even better for our future. And this is just one step. Commissioner Stamp said it. It's one of the most important things we'll talk about, and I agree with him that if we don't secure our energy future, we can be like Germany. In Germany, I'll restate this. I've stated it before, but they bragged the first quarter of last year that they had 50% of their energy was renewable. They shuttered their whole nuclear program. But what they didn't tell you is the second highest per kilowatt hour cost of energy of any place in the world. Bad policy takes 10, 15, 20 years to bear fruit. And it can be bad fruit or it can be good fruit. And so we're doing our due diligence as your representatives to make sure that we do everything we can to bear good fruit for our posterity and the future of Mississippi. So with that said, everybody, peace. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Thanks for the staff. The list was amazing, and do share it. Get it out there so where people can learn more about what's going on and that nuclear is our future. Thank y'all.